Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, March the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And a couple of yeses will let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Here we go. Thank you, William. All right, so guys, on a personal note, so DLPN, we're all over this one yesterday. So I liked the way it was trading towards the end of the day. You notice it was right at the highs, and so I ended up taking some of this. Unfortunately, I did not mortgage the house or anything, but I ended up taking some of this around 1550 average. And holy smokes, DLPN. So I wanted to hold this overnight, but I did take some out just around the 24 mark. Woke up this morning. It actually, was I think up to 38. I exited the majority or what I had left around 33. And now we'll see what happens. So what a rush. That's all I can say is what a rush. Now HOFV, if you notice after hours, I mean, these are crazy press releases. So all they said was, you know what, we're going to team up with DLPN with their token, with their NFT way of doing things. I mean, that's about I probably the incorrect way of phrasing it, but that's all they basically said. And so there is HOFE, not quite as dramatic, of course, as the DLPN. Meanwhile, poor old TCAT, this is like yesterday's news, guys. I mean, it's getting just thumped here. So anyway, wild and woolly in this NFT market. So who knows? Maybe we'll get another one today. Now look at the ZKIN, because I could have sworn that this was lumped into all that last week. I know what it says. It says they're a steel manufacturer, or in this business. So this morning, anyway, they have announced that they want to enter the online gaming business. So why not, transform ourselves from making steel to NFTs to online gaming. So that is the ZKIN news this morning. Not shortable. Like a lot of these weren't shortable. I don't think DLPN was shortable. I don't think DLPN was shortable. Not for me anyway, at Interactive Brokers. But anyway, guys, I mean, yeah, this is unreal stuff. Now, there are other things happening. ALYA. This gapped up. This is actually on some kind of an acquisition that they were doing. I mean, it's still up 33%, but it has pulled way back. I know it appeared on Real Scan, I think, earlier. I think it did. Yeah, it did. Bitcoin, guys. Bitcoin is taking a little move today where I think Elon basically tweeted out saying, you know what, we will now officially accept Bitcoin for payment for our Teslas. So Bitcoin having a bit of a surge this morning. There's Mara and there's Riot. Yeah, okay, so I don't know what you're talking about. Are you in the both rooms? I'm just talking to somebody in the YouTube room who says my mic is... I don't have two mics going. Okay, so you might be in both rooms, in which you should only be in one room. And mute one room or the other. Eyes is being thumped this morning because of a financing they're doing. Now, interestingly, the financing's at $6, so it's above that financing price, but it's still down 21%. And, well, I guess we have to look at it. GME, so they did announce earnings after hours. Starting to rally a little bit, but it is still down 10%. Interesting, when the earnings release was first started, it had a little pop. Well, not a little pop. It popped up to almost 200, and then it fell all the way down to 150. So, anyway, there's your GME. Viacom, VIAC, this has been on a tear, and now, little drop here, they're doing a financing at $85 a share, so you know, not a bad reaction. It's still just a dollar underneath. I mean, it's down 7%, but just around the financing price. You might want to keep an eye on, this was over 9 when I first was watching at this frequency. Of course, got hard hit yesterday. Bad drug news. I noticed a couple of analysts have put an upgrade on them, Oppenheimer and Riley. So we'll see what happens. I mean, it's up 12%. The ideal thing would be for it to keep. Let's see if it can take out that pre-market high. Looks like that's around 916. I'll put an alert there. See if it can have a bit of a rally. The high of yesterday was, well, actually was 1080. So it will not, it's on my watch list, but it probably will not trigger. CIDM, let's see if it's holding its gap. CIDM. And let's see, the answer is, not bad. Some kind of a deal they've got going with Facebook, pay-per-view on Facebook. That was their announcement, CIDM. Playboy. I guess Playboy. Even though they were still around, but Playboy. I do recall that they did an IPO, and I guess this is their first earnings release. So there is PLBY, all-time high for Playboy. AUVI. So these guys, I guess, some kind of a UV for, I don't know if it's detecting virus or, I don't know exactly what they do. All I know is something to do with the virus and the Red Sox. Baseball team has, they've got a deal with them, so I guess people get scanned somehow. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. It's not CIDM with the pay-per-view on Facebook. It is LiveX, L-I-V-X. L-I-V-X is the pay-per-view on Facebook. That was their announcement. Let's see, what is CIDM? If I can see any news. I don't see, I mean, it's a big float, 128, it's already traded 15 million. It's 128 million to float. I don't see the specific reason for the move. Excuse me. Yeah, really, you're probably right. Even though I think you're joking, but maybe not. UGRO, UGRO, so European expansion for UGRO. I think they're, oops, not OGRO, but UGRO. You're going into France and the Netherlands. But that was a big pop up here, but now, yeah, really giving it up. And SOS was popping up. Let's see if it still is. Yeah, pulled back though. And I'm trying to see if there's any news. Taking initial steps to establish a digital asset. Okay, so this is NFT blockchain. Yeah, okay, so. Let's see. We don't even have a float for them. Now the DLPN, if you're in the room, I mean, this happened yesterday right at 9 o'clock. So that's a 9 o'clock candle, the 15-minute candle. That's when the news surfaced that they were getting into the NFTs. And, you know, it chopped around. It wasn't easy. But, I mean, an insane move, guys. I mean, just absolutely insane. Remember, this was a $5 stock at one point yesterday in the pre-market, and it hit $38 this morning pre-market. All right, what time is it? 9:14. So let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. yeah, we don't have too many upgrades and we have fewer downgrades, so let me get a few of them in. And just a couple more to go. Okay, let me see if there's anything from, I don't see anything from Goldman this morning. Morgan Stanley upgrading Alcoa and some of the other aluminum stocks were hit yesterday with the news out of China, saying they were going to maybe open up their reserves, their aluminum reserves, which of course would put a downward spiral perhaps on the price of aluminum. Not a spiral, but okay. Wedbush encouraging the wrath of Reddick, downgrading GME. See what happens. All right, those are the upgrades and the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I can't short, even if I wanted to, I cannot short DLPN. It's not shortable at Interactive Brokers. What's the float on HOFV? Let's take a look, see if we have any float information. So, Tim, are you a subscriber? I mean, our float information is right there at 37 million shares. Are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? Yeah, I've already mentioned it, Void. That was after hours yesterday with the HOFE and DLPN partnership, whatever you want to call it. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, you're right. You're right. The first one is upgrades. Yeah, sorry about that. If I can just copy that. Give me a moment here. Okay, thank you for that. I just upgraded it. Hey, Zach, I got to give you massive kudos also because you were the one yesterday in the room when DLPN was surging, and this is, right around this area. And I seem to recall you were saying something like, this has the look of 15 to 20 on it. And this is before, this is probably down around here. So massive kudos to you, Zach. Of course, Zach can't hear me. He doesn't listen to me. Just give me a moment here. Just give me a moment. One of my typing skills sometimes early on. All right. Yes, you have to have at least our standard service, Tim, to do simulated trading. All right, what time is it? 9:20. All right, so this ZKIN here, what did it do yesterday or a couple of days ago? Got up to 1468, so it did way above that. So it did break above the high of 3 days ago in the pre-market. It's kind of coming back down to that level now. Another low float situation, 9 million in the float. Yeah, I did see AVEO in the pre-market. It was starting to move a little bit. You know, this is I don't know what to make of this. I can't even remember the reason for the pop. I don't know if this was yeah, I mean, obviously there was a reason for the pop this day, and it actually had a nice follow-through day the day after for a while, and then it sold right off. I mean, it got as high as 1827. And it sold all the way down to 12. That's where it closed, and it's been sliding ever since. They haven't announced they announced a financing on the 23rd. All right, guys, I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Just kind of following the ZKIN to see how far of a pullback this is going to be. And keeping an eye on the HOFG. It is, I'm sorry, the HOFV, sorry, HOFV. It is holding seven pretty well. You know, it's not a super low float, 37 million, not excessive, but not super low. Okay, Matt, I can do that. This is what I have anyway. Hopefully this gets you in. Okay, Apto coming back. Apto coming back. This is an earnings play. A Canadian company, obviously. I shouldn't say obviously, but more than likely dual listed in Canada and of course here. May not be. That's a lot of volume. I don't know. And it's through the 200-day moving average. There's the 200-day moving average for Apto is around 518. Is IB a good trading platform? I don't know. I've been well, you know, I don't know if I'm biased, but I've been using it for 4 years now. So yeah, I think it's a good trading platform. KT guys was not very much volume. Now there is a flag I have never seen before. Where are they out of? Oh, that's the South. I should know that one, I guess. That's the South Korean flag. Interesting. Don't get too many South Korean companies. Yeah, yeah. With GME, I mean, I don't. You know, I'll mention it. That's it. You know, guys want to trade it on your own. But released earnings after hours, the initial reaction almost popped it to 200, and then it just sell off, sell off, sell off, sell off. Anyway, we'll see what happens today. I guess I use Mosaic. Yeah, I've got Mosaic, and well, it depends on the spread. You know, I'm usually going. I mean, I would always say limit, but it depends on the spread. I mean, if the spread is tight, then I'll go market, but typically I'll go limit. What's the symbol, Cole? I don't know what the symbol for General Mills is. All right, guys, what time is it? 9:27. So I'm going to minimize these two and start getting prepared for the open. Again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then My Layout, or My Watch List, sorry. Not by layout, it's just the watch list. This is all you get. These two windows here, remember now, before I say anything else, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, click on it, or anything else, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is on purpose. And give me 1 moment, please. All right, GIS, what is GIS doing? That's an earnings play. Actually being thumped, isn't it? Yeah, typically, actually, it's got a lot of room. That's actually not a bad look here, and it's through the 200-day moving average also for GIS. Those of you wanting to play more expensive ones, I typically don't trade stocks this expensive, but certainly definitely interesting. March 24th pre-market, so they released earnings right here, and this is the reaction. So yeah, could be a good short today. All right, guys, again, I'm just getting ready for the open. And the market's going to open in less than 10 seconds, so let's have a great trading day. What excitement will today bring? Will there be a DLPN today? Alcoa is marching higher here. AA, mentioned this one pre-market. And now we're open. Okay, so this is a gap up and reverse so far for ZKIN, ZKIN, ZKIN. Not shortable for me. So let's see the first move of the market. We have the Dow is up, SPY is up, NASDAQ is up also. So we've got all three indices up to start off anyway. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Kind of try to let things settle down a little bit. Guys, there's that frequency, FREQ, hammered yesterday. Bad results from their drug. But a couple of upgrades this morning. Look at it go now. A couple of upgrades this morning from Oppenheimer and Riley and Sons. Will this hold? This was a delicious short yesterday for me. I mean, this was just... Even after being down about 70 odd percent, it kept falling and falling and falling. AUVI, yeah, it's taking a move here. Pre-market high, looks like it was around 14. All right, let me just really look at this move. Okay, so install the airside air quality improvement system. Okay, at Fenway Park and JetBlue Park. Okay, so catalytic bioconversion technology for air purification to destroy pathogens safely, thoroughly, and automatically. That is the news for AUVI. Let's face it, it's a virus play. There's your big that you were talking about earlier, BBIG. Another one of those huge topping tails. So, got up to almost $5 yesterday, and it sold all the way down to $3, a $2 drop. Trying to recover somewhat today, BBIG. Yeah, so look at the frequency. That's why, I don't like trading in the first 15. We get some very wild, some really choppy moves. I mean, got all the way up to 931, pulled all the way back down to 888, back up to 9. A lot of times you just sit out that first 15. You will miss the runners. Yes, you will. You'll miss the runners that keep going from the market open, but you might retain more of your sanity. All right, well, okay, this one chopped me out yesterday. I had a nice little gain in it, and then I allowed it, I got a little greedy, allowed it to come right back to where I bought it. And this is an NFT, okay, this is JFIN I'm talking about. Okay, AUVI, guys. There's the pre-market high right up here, $14. All right, ZKIN is really starting to give it up. What did it hit? A high of 16.23. So it's almost a $3 drop. Not shortable for me. Macy's having a little bit of a bounce today. I doubt if it's going to trigger for the trade of the week. In fact, it may be already over anyway. It did not trigger, but I think it did break down through the. If it had triggered, it broke down through the stop. So, but doesn't mean you can't trade it. But Macy's having a bit of a pop. Let's see what XRT is doing. Probably with the way the market is right now, most of the indices will be up. Yeah, XRT certainly not exploding. This is one of the retail ETFs. Of course, I'll be waiting. Well, I was just going to say, I'm going to wait for my options to come in. Here they are. Here's one, APTO. Now, looking left, this has some room. It's a little early, but when I say options, I'm talking about my options scan, not trading the options, trading the stock. And that's APTO. See what I'm talking about right there. So AUVI will not appear in my options. It doesn't trade options. So all right, guys, APTO on the move here. 585. You might have to be quick on it. It's the first 15 minutes. It's an earnings play, so it will be active all day. Roxana, good morning. Look at Macy's, guys. This is a nice, nice bump for Macy's here. How is General Mills doing here, GIS? Not much. I mean, look at this. Look how choppy it is. I don't believe this topping tail. Saw the same thing in the pre-market with CCL. I actually was watching it. This truly was a green candle all the way up here. I actually got the alert, and then it. So I don't believe either of these bottoming tails or the topping tails. However, look at it now. Look at CCL now. Yeah, DLPN halted on the way down. Yeah, I'm totally out of it. Stock-wise, that is. Okay, things have settled down a little bit, not getting as many alerts. It's a little bit interesting. Usually you get, in the first 15 minutes, my alerts are just firing off left and right. Okay, so as I was saying, the APTO, because it was such an early alert, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick an alert, a price alert down kind of where it was alerted, around that 585 mark. See if it pulls back and then pops over 6 again. And that's the APTO. Look at Macy's going, guys. Too bad it didn't do this on Monday. PLBY, Playboy, is it shortable? It is shortable, yeah. This is actually an earnings play, probably the first one. I guess they went public back here in February, earlier this year. All right, so this is a gap up and reverse, guys. Triple D, DDD, gap up and is reversing somewhat. Okay, this is another earnings play. Life is another earnings play. Another gap up and reverse for Life. Okay, so much for the upgrade for frequency, for the two upgrades for frequency. FREQ. Intel was up this morning, wasn't it? And they're talking about creating another. It was up quite a bit for Intel with $4 billion in the float. I know there was some news on it. Another gap up and reverse. How's this market doing? Tech is barely up. SPY is still up. Dow is down. Old stocks. How's Alcoa doing? AA. So Dolphin just reopened at 941. So just reopened after being halted. DLPN. All right, guys. So the longer APT, well, okay, it just dropped. I was just going to say it just dropped. I was going to say the longer it holds over 6, the better. But it has now just dropped a little bit, back down to the alert price of 585 from the option scanner. Is that right? Oh, maybe I read that wrong then. I could have sworn I saw upgrades. I could have sworn I saw Oppenheimer and Riley upgrading. It wasn't in my list. It was something else I read this morning. Give me a moment here. I just want to do a quick check. Well, I know I read it somewhere. I know it's not in my it's not on my list of upgrades and downgrades that I know I read it somewhere. Just can't remember where. Well, yeah, but coming from 9. That was yesterday, though. Coming from 9 with a price target of 35 isn't bad. I'm so sure that I read an upgrade, but you know what? It doesn't really matter right now. Did I set no, JFIN? Pretty choppy, guys. I mean, again, look at this first 15 minutes. So we're first 15 minutes, we're in the books now. All right, so keep an eye on this Apto if it maybe takes out around that 615 mark or so, okay? Let it clear that 6 level. I mean, it has room. The next high looking left is around 724. Meanwhile, AUVI, yeah, this is what, I mean, look at the gap, potential gap fill. So what's the next high looking left is 1375. Next high looking left on that daily chart. I'm watching a BBIG, see if it can gain some traction. Of course, it's from my option play again, 413. We had one yesterday. What was it? It was the Funko yesterday that had a great pop, pulled back, and then it really moved. That was from the options play. What's the float here? Yeah, 10 million in the float for 10.8 million for BBIG. I lost sight of this. This is the flip version of the option scanner. The flip version, in other words, looking for stocks that are moving down with unusual option activity. 1970 was the alert. And would have been no problem getting it. The uptick rule not in effect. Okay, guys, that was a big drop for BBIG. So let's see if it regains. Yeah, I don't think it, certainly when we first start, it doesn't hurt to be nimble. Now, that's a pretty big breakdown right there. A little consolidation on the 2-minute chart for FREQ. Pretty big breakdown. I mentioned DDD as a gap up and reverse, continuing down now. My guess is, excuse me, that tech, yeah, look at tech now, it's gone negative. Okay, there's Apto right back up now. Now it could get interesting. APTO. Missed my entry. Missed my entry where I wanted it. APTO, sugar. Ah, too much going on. Okay, well, if you took the APTO, remember I just saying, let's see if we could take 6 out again. And it did, and I was just a little late. Okay, so the same thing with the BBIG. I have an alert set. The alert was at 413. So I have my alert set for about 418. See if it takes it out later on today. And that is for the BBIG. Yeah, well, always, now that the price is where it is, yeah, in retrospect, sure, it would have been great to hold. Wow, look at AQB just tanking here. AQB. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. Really, nothing happening in the pre-market. It was a little gap down from yesterday, but nothing really. But look what happens when the market opens. Just trying to see if there's any specific news on it for AQB. Ah, Playboy guys. Look at this. I'm going to have to spend more time on looking at the short opportunities from the scan too. So all I've done here, in case you're wondering, this is my moving higher with unusually strong option activity. I've just flipped it. So you duplicate the window, and we've got a little feature. If you right click, configure, and flip. So what happens is, it'll take a look at the filters you've got. If they can be flipped, they will. Flipping, meaning, let's just say one of the filters was the stock had to be up, say 3%. Well, obviously you can flip that, so the stock would have to be down 3%. But this is the one that's being flipped. So all these filters are the same, but if a stock makes a new low with these filters in place, that's when we get that's where the Playboy happened, PLBY. Well, I'm watching this frequency, FREQ, to see if it has another really big leg down. All the reasons why it got hammered yesterday, they're still in place, even though it did have a nice little pop this morning. All right. Well, with tech, if you're, anything that maybe popped early as a tech play, keep an eye on it. It doesn't look good right now. Well, did you save it? Did you save it to the cloud, Carlos? If you saved it to the cloud, just file, load from cloud, and it should be there. Okay, so just file, load from cloud. Okay, from the toolbar, click on file, and then load from cloud. And if you saved it, it'll be here. If you haven't done very many, you'll see it right at the top. And then just highlight it and load it. If you don't see it, it means you didn't save it. I can tell you that right off the bat. So again, file, load from cloud. Okay? Good, okay. Okay, so this earnings play now looks like it's going to go negative life, L-I-F-E. This is an earnings play, big pop after hours on earnings. There's the released after hours. Apto continues. A little pullback, but it is continuing. Now what Apto has over, well, I don't know. I mean, that's a low float, 10.8 million. It's traded 8 million already for BBIG. So it's almost traded the float. Oh, I'm sure it's going to turn at some point. I'm looking at the channel. It's above the channel, yes, but right now, so don't lose sight of the BBIG. I mean, what I would do is I would just put maybe a price alert up on this area, you know, the 415 to 420 area. See if it takes it out later on. If it takes it out later on, you could have that run. Okay, it has some. It does obviously has some room. You know, 486 was the high yesterday. So I mean, if it got anywhere close to that, if we took this at around 415, that'd be a great percentage move. So just don't lose sight of the BBIG. Here's another one, guys. SLDB. When I say another one, another gap up and reverse. SLDB, we're starting to see, of course, many more like that, especially if it's a tech stock. Not that this is a tech stock, but we're seeing a lot of, you know, look at tech. Tech at the beginning, the Qs at the beginning. You know, we're all positive here, but market opens and look at this. So another sell-off in tech. What is my entry? Well, the entry, I think, was 19 something for Macy's. It's not going to trigger. Or is it 18 something? I can't remember. You'd have to look at the email. What do we know? Wednesday? So that's Tuesday, Monday. So it must have been I think it was 1890 something. It's probably not going to trigger. Remember, the trades of the week, there is a suggested entry and it never triggered. All right, guys, frequency kind of did what I wanted it to do. As I said, you know, for all the reasons why it got hammered yesterday, they're still in place. I wish I could find those two upgrades. Maybe I read it wrong. Maybe they were downgrades. Maybe I did read it wrong. I don't know. Yeah, CIDM. Now, listen, there are lots of resistance getting close to a big resistance area. Excuse me, area. 218 is the next high looking left, I think. Yeah, 218, and then after that you have 219. After that you have 233. So you've got this area right here on the daily chart that it may really struggle to get through for the CIDM. All right, so this you know, I know what's on real is scan, so this could turn into a short. All right, guys. Well, listen. With the APTO, the fact that I unfortunately just missed getting into it on that rebound. I hope a lot of people did get into it from my scan. Now, as Real says, it might be getting close to, you know, a short area. Right there is the high on the weekly chart. 727 is the next high. So it's getting really close to that area. But certainly a great alert right from there. 585. You know, even if you didn't take it right off the bat, and then it came back down to 585, and then it popped over 6. That was my plan to take it. Unfortunately, I was just a little late. Now, in this case, I guess I could have chased it, but you never know. So, and also for my watch list, even for my watch list at 635, 695 now, 193 for the CIDMs, 216, and for the AUVI, 1350. What did it get up to? 1374. So a little bit of pop off the alert. But certainly these first two, especially the APTO, wonderful from the watch list and from the option scanner. You're right, I wonder if it had shorts earlier at Interactive Brokers. Okay, Chris, if you're listening to me, so you are telling me that I was right about the upgrades. Not that they really worked. No shorts though, Real. No shorts for APTO for us right now anyway. Could have sworn there were earlier. All right, HOFV. HOFV, getting a little bit frisky. When I last looked at it, I was wondering if it was going to hold the 7 mark right there. It got moved down to 620 on, and now it's popping up. Again, you know, read that news with the old grain of salt. Well, guys, APTO, man, oh man. Try to get over 7. Oh, okay. I see what Chris says. Yeah, it did say out. Yeah, Oppenheimer maintains outperform for APTO, but a price target to 9. Okay, so should have really read that a little more. Well, nothing is triggered yet, Manny. That's all. It just means nothing is triggered. Remember, for stocks to appear in both the up on the watch list up and the watch list down, a stock has to be breaking down like one of the filters. It has to be below yesterday's low. And I'm just looking, for instance, farm is on the list. It's moving down, and it would only trigger though if it got below yesterday's low. It may not happen. As an example. All right, EXPR, that is coming from Real Scan here. So let's take a look left. What's the high? Yesterday was 469. That's very close to yesterday's high, EXPR. That could stall it right there. So you see ALYA, it's showing up as something that is down for the day, but it's got to get way down below right here, 234, for it to trigger actually in the watch list down. It's just that yesterday, I had many more that were looking on the upside than the downside. So that's one of the reasons why we're not getting anything. But patience, we might get something. They are doing a financing, yes. $85 financing for Viacom, VIAC. I wrote that down. Yeah, $85 financing. All right, guys. Keep an eye on the EXPR. This might stall it right there. It's on Real Scan. 469 is the high of yesterday. So that might stall it right there. This morning it was just around 84. I haven't checked it right now. Yeah, so it is quite a bit below now, that financing price. What a run it had, though. Look at this run, and they finally took advantage of, high shot. Well, I guess they would have loved to have taken advantage of a little higher last week, the stock price, to do the financing. But nonetheless, look where it was. In December. In December it was $33. It got all the way up to 102. All right, that was interesting. I actually tried to do a short of EXPR at 454, and they would not fill me. Now this is one of those, Wall Street bet stocks from before, but they wouldn't fill me. And this is certainly not down 10%. Interesting. Maybe it's a good thing. I actually yeah, I mean 468 is, again, that's that high yesterday, right? 469 is the high of yesterday for it. Yeah, but it's not. But EXPR is up 10%, unless it was. I guess was it down 10% yesterday? I guess maybe it was down 10% yesterday. There's no scan for new financings. No. Typically, you've got to do some pre-market work. And that's where, when you see stocks moving, there's usually a reason for it, especially if it's moving down. You just check the news and you can see where a financing is. But look at Funko. Yeah, Funko from yesterday, FNKO, taking out the high of yesterday, which was 2117. It's right at that high of yesterday. Okay, does not look like Big is going to do it, BBIG, so I'm just maybe forget about it. Now this was very erratic yesterday. Okay, the Funko. It was in the options scanner yesterday also. But if you recall, let me back this 15-minute chart up. We had the pop and then it had the drop and then it surged. Now, at the end of the day, it came right back down, but for a while, it was a great play. Now, HOFV, I also see that DLPN is starting to surge a bit. DLPN is starting to surge a bit after the big pullback. Not a bit. I mean, that's a big pullback to 25, all the way up now to 32. I'm not in it anymore. So, I mean, HOFE had a press release after hours saying that we'll use, I guess, DLPN's technology in this NFT new sector. Here's another gap down and go, guys. Home, gap down and go. This is an earnings play. Look at this. This could really be catastrophic. HOME, this is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. The initial reaction was really, really good. Look at this. Initial reaction was great, in fact. I mean, it closed at 30 and it hit 34, 35 after hours. Market opens or the pre-market didn't look bad. We've seen this quite a few times. All of a sudden the market opens and they just get clobbered. And that's HOME. I mean, it has room. I mean, down here is some sort of maybe a support area around 24 and a half, 24.50 or so, some kind of a support area. So that has this still has some room to run. I mean, I can't take it now. I'd be absolutely chasing it, but HOME. And it's not quite down 10%, so the uptick rule would not be in effect, but maybe it was yesterday. I don't know. Don't know if it was down 10% yesterday. So yesterday, that was the rumor, right? FNKO, I don't know, saying something about NFTs. Yeah, no follow through at all for the HOFV. None. Zero. Yeah, I doubt there's going to be. I put this in here. Normally in my watch list, I don't put stocks over $20, but I thought, okay, I'll put it in here, the DLPN, just in case. Remember, this is a watch list, okay? It doesn't mean when you get an alert, you just take the trade. It's a watch list. I didn't even realize that home was an AI play. Pretty good. I mean, 28.87. I can show you now. 28.87 on the short. So there's a dollar move so far. And again, there's not a lot of support till you get to this level here. I mean, the next low looking left is so 27.95. So there's the next low looking left. After that, we've got 28.53. So I mean, there is definitely room for this one to keep running down. Talking about the home. Whoa. Home is really starting to give up 28 now, guys. Yeah, it would not be an options play, unfortunately. The option volume is only 55%. What that means, it's only trading half. Interesting. It's only trading half of what is normally traded over the last 10 days in terms of total option contracts. That's very interesting to me because usually, the day they have any company has releases earnings, that's usually when they're very active option wise, relative volume wise, of course. Just interesting. Not a lot of option activity. Well, life has somewhat predicted. This looks like it's going to go negative. Life earnings play just got, big positive reaction after hours yesterday. There was that mauve area right here. But then it did, kind of crater, kind of held pre-market, looked decent, but really giving it up would not surprise me if it goes negative. So Pixie, I don't know anymore if this used to be a, and look at it, by the way, look at Pixie coming right into the 200-day moving average, right into a 356. It's just popping a little bit above it. But they used to be a crypto play. I don't know if it still is. Yeah, well, nothing. I don't get too many different alerts. You know, from the new highs, you know, pretty tough filters. You know, we see the repeating version. You see the stock over and over again, but here are the only three so far. Yeah, I tried. I tried twice actually to get it, and I just couldn't get a fill. I was trying to get myself at 454. I mean, there are shorts available, but they just would not fill me where I wanted. So just moved on. Ah, look at frequency now. I'm not in it anymore. What did I get down to yesterday? The low yesterday was 791. So, man, if it takes that, I may try to reshort it. All right, everybody. Well, first of all, I know it's usually wait till about 10:30, but I think I'll start right now. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I am live on the mic. I'm just going to pop my homepage link into the, no, wait a minute. Into our YouTube room also. Okay, this is what I call the main trading room. So if you can locate my homepage tab, I have to scroll up to the top, but when you see my homepage, click on my homepage tab and then click on the link. You can save the link. There's a lot of information from my homepage. So you can always save the link to take a look at all that information later on. But this is what you'll see when you do click on my link. So here is a promo code that you can use. Here's a promo code you can use to get 15% off. It's Barry for Alpha. 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Click on the Get Trade Ideas. I'll show you how much Trade Ideas will cost. So we have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. Okay, let's take a look at the big one. So an annual premium subscription would cost $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard would be $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between standard and premium, there are some other differences, but the main difference is the AI, which I'm going to go over. This is what the AI looks like. You get real-time alerts, you have a stop, and then you manage the trades as you see fit. You do not have to. My excited partner is right beside me. Give me a moment here. So you don't have to take out an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. 118 or 228, less the 15%, okay? Now please listen to me carefully. If you do take out a monthly plan, the discount is only applied to the first month. After that, you'll go to the standard pricing. Okay. More information from my homepage, the Trade of the Week. You can sign up for it. This week's Trade of the Week was Macy's. It did not trigger. There was a suggested entry just under 19. It did not trigger, and it, quite frankly, just moved down. So it was basically, so it's a non-event this week. I do a short video every day. You can sign up for them right there. Here are my scans, all the scans that I am sharing, including the layout that you see on the screen, the screen that I'm sharing. This is the layout right here. Remember, because it is a layout, if you already have a layout, your own layout up and running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. I'm sharing a lot of other scans, so you may not want my entire layout. You may have a layout that you like, and you might want to take a look at some of the individual scans that I'm sharing, including, of course, the moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay, so all my scans are here. We have a big education link right here, section. Click here. I said click here. There we go. So I want to put this, the 20 short lessons, I want to put that as a link on its own. All right, so the 20 short lessons, if you are brand new to trade ideas, I really encourage you to take a look at the 20 short lessons, covering all of the basic features of trade ideas, top lists, alert windows, etc. Single stock window to the cloud, price alerts, everything, all the basic features are covered here, all right? If you don't have trade ideas, you can, of course, still click on the link and you can see what we have to offer. Daily support session. So you will hear me referencing our YouTube room. So I monitor that room between 12 and 1. And then one of the other traders takes over. Today is Wednesday. One of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1. So today is a day in which Michael Noss will be in in our YouTube room. If you have a lot of questions, I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus in a bit, and auto trading and things like that. Now's your time. He is our foremost expert on the matter. Okay. So I will give you the link just before I take my break at noon. And so you can head over there. And I say he'll be there between 12 and 1. The free trading room, of course, this is where you're in. The daily webinars. Today is Wednesday. And this is the webinar that I attend and help out on. We have the webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. And again, this is the Q&A with Dan and Brad, a couple of the co-founders of Trade Ideas. More educational videos are here. And this one, Back to Basics. Well, if you're new to trading, completely and utterly new to trading, thinking about, well, what is it all about, is a great little video series that the aforementioned Michael Noss put together, okay? 36 short videos. I mean, literally starting out with what is a stock, okay? You cannot get any more basic than that. So again, a lot of information is on my home page. All you have to do, so you can save the link to my home page right there. Just here's my link right there. You can save it so you can take a look at all that information more or less at your leisure. Yeah, it's right here. Well, it's right here, Michael. I put the link in. This is from my home page, okay? So there's the link for the 20 short lessons. All right, now I want to talk about our AI and about Brokerage Plus. Give me a moment as I size. Okay. So I want to talk about our AI. This is what the AI looks like. This is what I call it's called the Strategy Trades All window. So I'm jumping ahead of myself just a little bit. I want to explain what the AI does. So we have about 70 baseline strategies, what we call baseline strategies. Once the market closes today, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine for those strategies. That's what happened last night. Out of these 70 strategies, these are the strategies that made the cut. Personally, I don't think you should care about the names of the strategies or from what segment of the AI they came from. Uncomplicate things, okay? Uncomplicate. do it this way. This is what I would recommend. Click on New from our toolbar, and then the AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, the trades window. When you do that, this is the window that'll pop up, and just wait for the alerts to happen. I mean, who cares from where they're coming from, right? You know, just wait for the alerts to happen. How you're going to trade these will be up to you. You have an entry price, you have a stop, and again, how you're going to trade them will be up to you. This window, once you've loaded it, can be incorporated as part of your layout. So you don't have to load it every day. You can just incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay? So that is the AI. No videos on how to use it. We get the question all the time. How you use it will be completely up to you. Now I want to talk about this window that we see here. That is called, this is our Brokerage Plus window. If you are using our web-based version, it is not available. You have to be using the app. And from the toolbar, you'll notice we have two options right underneath the Brokerage Plus. We have live and simulated. I want to talk just a little bit about the live option. Sorry about that. I did not copy it correctly, obviously. Just a minute. Yeah, the only thing we've got average win rate is it's a comparison to what the SPY does. I don't have that chart. If you want it, just send something to info@trade-ideas.com. Okay, it's an overall comparison of all the strategies compared to what the SPY has done. It's a graph. Okay. And the average win rate is irrelevant. I mean, you know, each one of these strategies has been optimized, okay? Typically, for a strategy to make the cut, it has to have a win rate of at least 60% and a profit factor of at least 2, okay? That's all I can really say. Okay, so if you have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to actually trade your Interactive Brokers account. You watch that video that I just popped in, the B Plus connections. Okay, watch that video. And once you've watched it, you'll find out when you click on live, you know how to do it, how to then connect to your Interactive Brokers account. And when you do that, then you can use this window to trade. So I always start off like this. Well, why would you want to do that? Well, here's a couple of reasons. First of all, it's probably more aesthetically pleasing. IB is kind of anachronistic, and I mean, I use it to trade. I don't trade that much, so it's not. I don't find it a big issue. But you know, if you're trading a lot, this is a more pleasing interface. But if that were the only reason, that wouldn't be enough. So here are the things you can do. So let's say I click on DLPN. I take a look at the chart, say, yep, I'd like to trade it. Go back to DLPN, and you see how this box has popped up. So these are if you watch that video, you can see how you can create your own selections. And this is what we call one click trading. You click how you want to trade it. Again, how you do it, you watch that video. You can also, between 12 and 1, you can ask questions of Michael. He'll be in the room. He's the one who created that video. Okay, so let's say you traded it. So let's just say you do take a trade. You've got a trade going right there. All you have to, if you wanted to get out of the trade, you could flatten it. That's what flatten is. These are hotkeys. You could flatten your trade. Just highlight the trade, flatten it, or you can get out of half your trade, or you could double your trade. Okay, these are hotkeys. Now, the other huge reason to use this is as a simulator, okay? If you're new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, practice. You'll need our, again, you have to be using the application, not the web-based version. You'll need our standard subscription. And then you click on simulator, And now you can practice trading. It uses our real-time data, so it does not matter who your broker is, okay? It's using our real-time data. Yes, Bruce, I did. Traded some after hours and then some, and then I got rid of it this morning, the pre-market. So it uses our real-time data, okay? So how to do it? Well, you'll notice that when I click on an alert, the symbol will show up. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at, and go ahead and make the trade. Let's do this a little bit differently though. Let's just say, okay, I just want to show you how you can do this. I'm not saying this is what you should do. I'm just showing you how you can do something like this. Let's just say you wanted to take the APTO trade, APTO, but you didn't. But you would take it if you would want to take it if it pulled back to 634 right there. I mean, it may not. I'm just demonstrating, because a lot of people, what they like to do, they see a stock, maybe near the day's highs, and what they'd like to do is if they'd like to take it on a pullback. So let's just do that. Let's just. I'm going to put 300 shares here. And what did I say? Say 636. So I'm going to take it on a pullback to, 636. 636. When I click buy, you'll see a nice big blue bar, okay, up here on the screen. So at this point, you see that blue bar? If it gets down to 636, it'll take the trade. Now, if it's taking too long, or market conditions are changing, or you don't want to take the trade anymore, all you have to do, of course, is go into the orders, right click, and cancel. All right, but I'll leave it in there. See if it takes it later on. Look at this thing, just collapsed, $14 down to 11 AUVI. Okay, now what I want to do is to take a trade to show you how you can take a trade, and we'll talk about the importance of placing a stop, and also the importance of determining how much money are you willing to risk if the trade works against you. If you're new to trading, of all the things I say all day long, this is probably the most important thing, okay? Just trying to find something that, I see that Feng actually showed up in the, now okay, so if you look at Feng, it wasn't terrible, Feng. I'm just looking at my options plays, 215. It got up to 236. That's a nice little percentage move. Almost could have predicted that because of the two highs here in the daily chart. You can see kind of that's where it stalled. Okay. So this is what I want to do, guys. Would I take this trade? Probably not, but I just want to show you how you can take a trade and place a stop. This is on the way down, so would I do it? No, but 210, okay, I think the math is going to work here. Let me take 500 shares. I'm going to take it right at the market. Yeah, 212. Okay, that's okay. So I'm in the simulator at 212. All right, 500 shares at 212. Now, before you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out if the trade works against you. Okay. Now that's only going to come with experience, because you don't go into a trade thinking, well, I'm going to put a 10-cent stop on every trade, a 20-cent stop, 30-cent stop, okay? It has to be based on, something. And how I base it on is looking at a chart and looking to where I think a support area might be, so that if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. So again, you have to know this all ahead of time. So why did I take, so 212? I'm going to put the stop at $1.92. Okay, I'm going to show you why. It's actually not the worst place if I were truly in this. I'm going to show you why I'm picking $1.92, and this is just to make the math easy. So you'll see right there on the chart, there's a red line. So if the trade, if it goes down to $1.92, it'll take me out for a $97 loss. Now there's a bit of a rounding. There's some rounding going on here. I'll explain what I mean. So you get the concept that you should always have a stop. All trades are not going to work for you. In fact, maybe a lot of them, especially when you first start out. That's why you practice, okay? And practice, figuring out where should a stop be. So that's the first idea. When you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out. The second concept is this. You have to figure out a dollar amount so if it does hit your stop, what's the max you really want to lose on the trade? And that'll be dictated by your account size. You have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. Let's just say your account size dictated that you could maybe risk $100 each trade. So you got two things now. You know where your stop is, and if you get stopped out, you don't want to lose more than $100 if it hits that stop. So that will share size you, okay? Because again, you don't go into every trade saying, well, I'm going to take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade, some magic number. There's no. How you should, in my opinion, how you should do it, it should be based on the difference between your entry, in this case, 212. And by the way, look what happened. Apto obviously went back down and it took the trade. So it should be based on your entry, 212, and your stop. So the difference is, your entry, it's not the last. The entry was 212, your stop was $1.92. That is a 20-cent difference. You divide 20 cents into $100, and what do you get? 500 shares. That's why I picked 500 shares. So if I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade, I could take 500 shares of it. If you do it the other way, 500 shares times 20 cents if it hits my stop, that means I should only lose about $100. There's a bit of rounding, that's why it says $97.55. Okay? So if you're sort of getting the idea of placing a stop and always having the same amount that you're going to risk per trade. When I say approximately, I mean what you don't want to get into the habit of is, okay, I'm hearing what Barry is saying. Sounds good. I'll try it. So the first trade, you lose $100, and then you think, man, I better risk $200 the next trade because I got to make that 100 up. And when this trade works, I'll be up to $100. You lose that one, now you're down $300, and so on, okay? It's a little bit of revenge trading. Do not vary the amount you're going to risk per trade, within reason. And when I say within reason, it's a lot like blackjack. Sometimes, some setups are a little bit better than others. But so you might think, well, this is my primo setup, so maybe I'll risk instead of 100, 120. I really believe, though, when you start out, just risk the same amount per trade. All right, so here's the other thing. When you first start this and you get into a trade and you think, yeah, okay, I agree what Barry is saying. I understand the concept of placing a stop, the concept of having a manageable loss per trade. And then you get into a trade and it starts working against you. And you start saying, well, wait a minute, this was such a great setup. I'm hearing great things about this company. I read the press release, I read their earnings, or I read something, and this can't be going against me. And so then you start second guessing yourself. You start looking at the chart saying, well, man, maybe that stop was too tight. Maybe that stop, I thought that was a support area, but maybe that's not really the support I should be looking at. So you start reducing your stop. Okay, you start reducing that. So now it approaches your second stop, as we'll call it, the one that you've reduced. And you still will not obey it. You still can't believe this trade is not working. So you keep reducing your stop. So now your $100 manageable risk is turning into $200, $300, $400, $500. And eventually you give up and you sell it and you start kicking yourself because you didn't obey your stop, or worse, okay? So here's how you can counteract that. Leave the stop in, okay? Leave it in. If the trade works against you, it'll take you out. It takes all of the emotion out of the play, and you just move on. And here's what could also happen. The setup could have been good. You just might have been a little bit early. And so you could always get back into the trade if it sets up again and try it again. All right? So, I mean, that is about probably, again, I think the most important thing I can say in this room is talking about the importance of placing stops, sizing, so that sizing, you know, position sizing, how many shares you're going to take based on the difference in your entry and your stop, dividing that into whatever your manageable risk is going to be it $50, be it $100, whatever your account size dictates. So I wanted to, so remember, I put this apto here. I said, okay, I'll take it on a pullback. Now, obviously, if I'm paying attention, you know, and it pulled back and it started moving down, I would have got out of this almost immediately. So I'm going to flatten this. Okay, if you're really paying attention. See how I clicked on the flatten button and it took me out of the trade. So, you know, treat it like it's real money. I mean, I know it's a simulated account. We start off, we give you $100,000, but I wouldn't, you know, if your account size is $10,000, I wouldn't start, you know, buying 20,000 shares of things just because you have access to $100,000. Okay, try to, you know, share size accordingly to how much your account size really is. All right, guys, now I can start to pay, you know, you can ask me questions, of course, all day. You can start to pay a little more attention to what's happening here. Do I like the LGHL chart? Let's take a look at it. Okay, the first thing I see is that you know, I'm always a stickler for looking at these whole numbers, especially the cheaper ones. I just think that 5. I mean, what did it do yesterday? It got up to 503. I think that could really be a block, that area here. If it can make it through 5, I mean, then it has a shot to get into this area. But right now, you know, I just think, you know, it's trading a lot. 3.3. It's almost traded. Well, it's traded the float. 7 million in the float. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Okay, Jermaine, I'll just give you a link for the what we call the main trading room. Okay. There it is. There it is, just underneath where you posted. Okay. Oh, I see why you asked me, because it came into the options place. So no, I don't like it. I don't like it from the options place. I now understand maybe why you asked. So just because we get something in the options plays, okay, doesn't necessarily mean they're all going to have the great look. So that's the first thing I would look at and say, this could easily stall around 5. So for me, this is even when we get an alert from it, doesn't mean that I would hop into the trade. I'd like to see a lot more room. I mean, look at the Apto. You know, I mean, look at the room it had as an example. Room when you know you look left on these higher time frames, but you know when you look at when you look at LGHL, you know, it just doesn't for me doesn't have enough room. Okay, maybe the last time I looked at this, somebody asked me about GME. You know, I mean, it's just getting thumped. I mean, rumors also that they're going to do a financing. They floated that idea, I think, in the conference call they had after hours yesterday when they announced earnings. So anyway, I'm gonna forget about it. All right, GIGM from Real Scan looks interesting. Trying to get through that whole number. Looking left. Well, what sort of doesn't have any. Yeah, you've got to go back many, many years before we start to see these levels for GIGM. Now, have they announced that they're an NFT? It wouldn't surprise me. No, there's no set agenda, Carlin. You can ask. You know, typically we don't look at pink sheet stocks though. OTC, typically. I'm not saying you know it's a complete no-no. We certainly don't look at stocks. I mean, the odd person talks about a stock that's under a penny. We never look at stocks like that. But no, you can ask questions about you know different stocks. All right. Well, there it went, guys. GIGM, in that little 450 area, stalled it for a while anyway. Well, the email lays it out, Vlad. I mean, you can trade Macy's if you want, but I mean, the email lays it out. You know, the suggested entry was 1893. You know, if it doesn't trigger, it doesn't trigger. So I'd be moving on from that one. I mean, look, obviously Macy's had a bounce this morning, but it's no longer what I would call a valid trade of the week, you know, following the rules of the trade of the week. So, you know, it's up to you if you want to trade it, but in fact, I think probably, you know, it went through the stop. Not that the trade was ever taken at 1893, but I think it actually went through the 20-day or the 10-day, whatever that stop was. At this point for Macy's, anybody want to is you know you're on your own. What do you mean how I would set it up? I don't understand how I don't know what you mean by how I would set it up. I mean, if it took out, you know, I mean, if you really wanted to fall, again, I think it has already been stopped out though. It has gone down below a stop price. So, you know, when you say how to set it up, I don't know how to answer your question. I mean, here, I mean, retail has been getting thumped over the last little while. So, I mean, this is obviously part of the retail. Looks like there's a whole ton of support around 15. You know, so I mean, you could wait for that. It may not happen. But I don't understand. Oh, how to do the stop? Okay, well, you'd have to put the 20-day moving average, or the 10. I think it was the 10-day moving average on a daily chart. So you can add that. Okay, so when you right click on it and the indicators and moving averages, SMA. Okay. Well, but I think it's stopped. I think it is a ruined trade, shall we say, Vlad. I don't think it's applicable anymore because I think it even though the trade was never taken because it didn't hit the trigger, but it's through the stop if the trade had been taken. So I don't I think it's non-existent. Just wait for next week's. I thought so. So Giga is another NFT. I thought it might be. Why not? Just based on digital. If it says digital, it could be. Like not every trade of the week works, right? I mean, this one, it's not that it didn't work, because you wouldn't, as long as you didn't take the trade, because it never triggered, then, you wouldn't have lost any money. But not every trade of the week is going to work, of course. Problem is, it's just so extent. Maybe could have maybe taken it here on that red bar, 2 minute chart. It has no, it has no resistance. I mean, we went back to I think 2014, so it really has no resistance. 2015, maybe, yeah, 2015. So it really has no resistance. The trigger would have been that price, Vlad. Literally, did you see the email? Did you read the email? The trigger for Macy's would have been whatever that price was, 1893, and then the stop. If you would have you would have put the 10-day moving average on a daily chart because it's going to it'll be adjusted every day. You would not want it to let it drop down below it. Okay, so if you had taken the trade, if it had got to 1893 and you took the trade, then you would put a 10-day moving average on the chart. Okay, so you can track it and see if it cracked down below it. That would have been your stop. So you could have got into it. You would have seen what the 10-day moving average is right off the bat. If you'd got into that trade, we're talking about Macy's, and then you could have subtracted, your entry minus whatever that stop was, and that would have share sized you. Yeah, I'm just getting the question though, is it still a valid trade if I want to take it? I'm saying, of course, you can do anything you want. And it's only a no trade after Tuesday, Dreamer, for purposes of those statistics. Okay, it doesn't mean it's a no. It's only for that graph that we did, which hopefully it will be updated at some point. I don't think there's any point in automating it, Vlad. This is, these are meant for, longer than just intraday trades. Whether you got the trade at 893 or 892 or 20 or 19, it shouldn't really matter had it triggered. Okay, I wouldn't be so hung up on automating it. What I would do is I would have put a price alert using our price alerts. Create the price alert. If it hit 1893. Your price alert box will pop up on your screen and you'll know about it. Then you can make your decision whether or not you want to trade it. I wouldn't get hung up on automating at all. Not that I'm saying you're hung up on it, but to me, it's just not necessary. All right, let's do something a little bit differently. Let's just say I want to take GIGM if it breaks through the high, okay? See if it takes, if it truly is going to turn into one of these stupid, well, I shouldn't call them stupid, like an NFT trade that just goes ballistic, okay? So let's just, I'll do 300 shares. And we're going to do it at 492. Take the trade at 492. Taking out the high. Just to show you how you can do this sort of stuff, okay? This is why you practice in the simulator. See, I'm going to click buy. So there's the line that shows up. So if this gets up to 492, it'll take the trade. Now, when you get into... Well, I thought Zach said... Zach suggested that it was another NFT. Well, I can't. I couldn't find. A lot of them. You're not going to find. I mean, DLPN yesterday at least came out with, when we could finally see the news. No, the AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day. I'm talking about the trade of the week. The trade of the week is a suggestion. Once a week you get it emailed to you before the market opens Monday morning. It's a suggestion. They're usually geared for longer term trades. You trade it how you want. If I got into a trade of the week, let's just say, for instance, Macy's triggered at the 1893, and for some reason it popped all the way up to $23 intraday, I'd probably take some out, right? Okay, but how you trade the trade of the week will be up to you. But they are designed for longer term holds. Well, it'll all depend. All I'm going to say about using the simulator, yeah, at some point, if you want to make money, you have to obviously go to a live account. But I'll say this: that if you can't make money in a simulator, you'll never make money in a live account. Okay. And also, though, if you make money in the simulator, it does not guarantee, of course, that you're going to make money in your live account. Once you have money in the market, it becomes, and you've never done it before. Even if you do it, I've been, trading for a few years, but it's still emotional. You're looking at your P&L. It's still an emotional. It's still emotional. That's why I'm saying, when you use the simulator, okay, use it like it's your real money. Okay, don't just play around like it's a video game. Use it like, this was your real money. What would you do? Well, so Vlad, when you say a price limit, well, again, the 10 SMA on the daily chart for, say, Macy's, sometimes it's a 20. It all depends. It'll vary from trade of the week to trade of the week. That's your stop. I like that analogy, Bruce. Yeah, you could be the world champion at a punching bag that doesn't move and hit back, and then you step into the ring. That's a great analogy. Before you patent it, I'm going to do that. So guys, you'll notice here, I've got this column here, the max P&L and the distance from the exit price, okay, and the open P&L. So the open P&L should be obvious. I don't know why there's a bit of a difference here. There should be the same, but anyway, what this is telling me is that while I was in this trade, still in the trade, 500 shares, the most I could have made was $141, okay, if I'd sold right at the very top here before it pulled back, okay? At this point, I'm up. Now these are matching. I'm just going to show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to flatten. I'm going to get out of the trade. Okay, I got out of the trade. So I made $109 in the simulator on that trade. The max I could have made was 141 if I'd sold right at the very top. Distance from the exit price. So right now it's 0. So right now it is still, I exited at 234 and it's still at 234. This is, so Bruce, as an example, was saying, biggest, it's not so much a question, it's more of a comment. I wish I could stay in trades longer. I wish I could maximize. I wish I'm always getting out of trades too soon, leaving money on the table. Listen, this is really hard. It's hard, when you see a nice pop, not to take, something off anyway. You'd hate to see, you're in a nice pop and it goes right back to where you bought it. Or even worse, you start getting into a losing position. So this is sort of a gauge. Okay, so right now, the distance from the, so it's right where I exited. So look at this one here. Look at the apto. Again, I should have exited this one earlier if I was paying attention, but it is 21 cents underneath where I exited. That's what you want to see. That's telling me, okay, I exited. Was that a pretty good exit? Well, it's 21 cents underneath where I exited. It's pretty good. You don't want to, this could, right now I'm a nickel above. So if this turned into a dollar distance from the exit price, was a dollar above where I exited, you could say to yourself, man, that wasn't a very good exit. Okay, so I love having these two columns. It's kind of giving me a bit of a gauge. How good are my exits? Well, and sometimes it depends on the day too. You get a day depending on what you're in. If it's a stock that is, it's got maybe some news, but maybe it's not incredible news. So it's a stock that is kind of tracking what the market is doing, maybe a little bit better, maybe a little bit worse. I mean, look what the market's doing right now. We're putting in a nice little pop, like the Dow's up 350. So if you're in a choppy market, those are the days where, you get into a stock and it pops up on you. Maybe you want to take some out, at least half, just to lock in some gains so that, if it chops around with the rest of the market, of course, the whole goal is, can we find those alpha stocks that are more or less trading on their own to a certain extent? I mean, look at Pixie. Looked pretty good for a while, 370, all the way down to 3. You can't let that happen if you got into that trade. Well, the other thing is, Bruce and to others, if one thing that'll allow you to hold and keep into trades a lot longer too is sizing correctly. You don't want to go crazy. As we talked about, of course we have to have a stop, and then we also have a manageable amount that we want to risk. And so you might want to start share sizing down a lot more. I haven't said this comment for a while, but sometimes you can make a lot more money by taking less shares. And I know that sounds counterintuitive, but by doing that, it can keep you in a trade a lot longer and maybe let it work. And then all of a sudden it really starts to work. So instead of getting stopped out, you can stay in a trade a lot longer. And then if it starts to work and it really starts to work, you're making good money. Whereas you would have got stopped out if you'd taken too many shares. All right. What time is it now? 11:11. Yeah, I got what did I get to? Yeah, 490. So and up to here 490, 489. So yeah, I mean I just think $5 for me is a really psychological number. I know real will say algos don't care, and maybe they don't, but maybe the algos aren't in these cheaper ones. But I just have seen it just way too many times. Well, the purpose of the AI scanner is to give you alerts. You don't have to do anything, and how you trade them will be up to you. I use it. I can use it as a watch list all day long. I mean, it's not having a great day, obviously, right now. Home was good for a while, but I like the stocks under $20 personally. But that is the purpose of the AI. It gives you, you don't have to do anything. It's just going to give you ooh, look at Funko now. Funko is what? Over that high now. Boy, ZKIN. I actually thought this one might really have, get piling, people leaving DLPN and really piling into it. They did early, but no shorts available, unfortunately for us at Interactive Brokers. Or take fewer shares. Take fewer shares. So you can sort of, I mean, there are different support areas on a chart. Okay, there's not one be all and the end all. So maybe look at a lower support area. Taking fewer shares then, and that'll allow you to keep in the trades longer. Funko FNKO. So yes, it's still above yesterday's high, 2117. The AI kind of liked this one for a while. Look at all the buy. These are all these little buy signals right here. All these buy arrows that you see. These are previous alerts from the AI. So for whatever reason, Funko was a real favorite of the AI. This is a monthly chart here. All right, guys, let me just do a quick check of some emails and a internal discussion that's going on right now. I don't mean internal in my head. Did you take the short of Lumo? Probably you did. I'm just saying right now it is just crossing down underneath the 8 EMA, and that 20 SMA is coming up. I'm talking to real, of course. I'm sure he took the short of Lumo, LUMO. All right, guys, I'm just checking some previous alerts here. Fang is still interesting. You know, it's been, look at it, I mean, it's been choppy even on the 5s. 15s have been choppy. You hear me say that a lot. Just check out these topping tails on the 15-minute chart. Look how, remember now what that means. The buyers had that up here. Sellers knocked it down. Then the sellers knocked it down here. Buyers took it up. Then the sellers had it up here. Buyers took it down. Buyers took it down. But, you know, it's all over the place. You know, I mean, the trend is still up. But, you know, sometimes this is what we talk about. They're difficult to hold the way if it chops around like this. You know, I'd like to see a nice orderly ascension or descent. Well, this is an earnings play. HYMC, don't know them at all. HYMC earnings play, and this is an all-time low now. What a disaster. What a disaster. It looks like this was an IPO back here. It's an absolute disaster. Well, I still have my alert set for BBIG, but it's way up here. You know, I'll obviously be giving up so much, but you know, right? It is curling. There's the VWAP 386. All right, watching this Lumo here, guys. There's that the blue line right there. That's the 20 SMA on the 2-minute chart, and there's the 8 EMA. That's the orange line. Looking to see if we get across 8 EMA crossing down. APTO is making a little move off 6. APTO making a little move off 6. Yeah, this is down. I actually tried just a little test short of this one, HYMC, if I could get it down 25%. I could not get it. You know, has to be some. Doesn't trade very much. That's the other issue, really. 484,000 shares. I know it's 16 times normal, but it really doesn't trade very much. All right, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a minute here. Keep an eye on the APTO, guys. The APTO looks like it wants to have maybe another little run here. APTO, I'm not a big pullback player, but I mean, it's right at that interesting 6th level. I mean, it did get up to 719 earlier. It is an earnings play, so you know it's going to be active all day long. Okay, look at home, guys. 2887. So this is, what there's definitely one good one from the AI. Use it as a watch list. Track the ones that are working. Forget the ones that aren't. Just track the ones that are working. You might want to keep an eye on Marvel also. We have a re-entry at 46.86. That's at re-entry price, 46.86. It's a little bit above that. It's a pretty big base right now. And look at home now. Look at home. This is a gap down and keep going down. Look at home. The shipper, Globus. Oh, it's a little pop here. Globus. Yeah, look at XRT. You're absolutely right. Look at XRT. So this is, I'm sure Macy's is, Macy's at the beginning of the day looked like it was going to recover a little bit, but no bueno. What is my take on CSCW? CSCW. Color Star Technology. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. I mean, it's a huge number of shares. Just trying to see if there's any news on it. All right, so it is an NFT. All right, so I hadn't seen this one before, so this is an NFT. So my opinion of it, great if you got it down here. If it's going to keep going, 43 million, but look at the volume, 182 million. This is not an IPO. Obviously, what happened here is it changed symbol. I don't know what the symbol was before, but it changed its symbol. Non-fungible token. Look it up, Bruce. NFT. The craze. Okay, all the craze now. TCAT started it. TCAT. TKAT. But for a complete definition, look it up. This is sort of the digital art. Some guy sold his digital art for something like $66 million about 2.5 weeks ago. That is what got this all running. Insanity, but so okay, Natine, and welcome. So what you're saying, these are just scans. Are you you're not a trade? Are you a Trade Ideas subscriber? Because you're in a Trade Ideas trading room, so these are just some scans that I have put together. So you're a Trade Ideas, okay. So, I mean, basic new highs and lows, and this is from my watch list. Okay, these are just some scans that I have created that I share. I'm sharing a lot of other scans, so if you go to my homepage, I'll pop my homepage link in. These are just ideas. You know, that's why the program is called Trade Ideas. These are just ideas. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, I click on that link, you will see there is a section right here called My Scans, and you click here. Here's the layout that I'm sharing, and here are all the individual windows that I'm sharing. So what you're seeing is, you know, basic new highs and lows. It's pretty basic, you know, with certain filters in place. If a stock makes a new high or a new low with the filters in place, only 4 of them today with the filters in place. And this is from my watch list that I create every day. These are the stocks that have appeared from my watch list. Yeah, so the bloom is off this DLPN, obviously. It was so, yeah, after hours it went crazy, but this morning it went even crazier pre-market for DLPN. You can also come into the other trading room. It's a little more, there's a little more action. Put that link in here also. Yeah, I have it scratched down that Winnebago had earnings today, WGO. Yeah, it is starting to move down. The original reaction was pretty good. Look at that, you know, there's the pre-market action right there. Looked pretty good. But again, another one of these, when the market opens, reality. Well, the link for the other room, okay, you don't have to go there yet, but the link for the other room, when I do take a break, you know, so here's the main trading room, okay? And this is our YouTube room, okay? So they're just the same. They can see my screen, they can hear me, okay? No point in going there until, if you want to, until just around noon. That's when I take a break, and Michael Noss will be in that room. And again, you know, he is way more into using Brokerage Plus and auto trading and but there is the link for it, okay? Don't go now though, because it'll confuse you, because you'll hear there's a slight delay in YouTube. I don't know why. Okay, guys, let's see. Anything happening here with the FANG? Not really. So you see where I exited FANG, it's 17 cents under, but look at the APTO, it's 3 cents above. So this actually, you know, you can also use this distance from the exit price to say, maybe I should be getting back into APTO. Or the other way too, the distance from the exit, maybe I should be looking at a pullback on FANG. You know, so you can also use these to kind of gauge maybe getting back into a trade. So this is what we're looking for. You know, you want to find, this is what we call a trend, guys. Look at Macy's. This is yesterday's 15-minute chart. You know, look at this. I mean, especially from what time? 12:45 to, what time is that? 2:45, so 2 hours. Look at this. You didn't have any wild gyrations. You didn't have like a big green bar popping out of nowhere and then resuming. You know, you can keep in a trade like this forever. If you want to find things that can kind of look like this, though there's no guarantee it's going to continue, you know, we do have a consecutive filter. Oops. Just want to show you what I'm talking about. So we do have a consecutive. There we go. So consecutive candles filter. So you can choose if you only want to see stocks. So we have on these different time frames, 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, and even days. You pick your time frame. So if you only wanted to see stocks, as an example, that had at least 3 15-minute candles in a row up, you would just put 3 in here. Okay. Or if you wanted to see stocks that had at least 3 consecutive 15-minute candles down, you would put -3 here. So you can kind of see things that are, you know, whether the trend continues. I mean, there's no guarantee, of course, but you can do things like that. Yeah, I don't know about pre-made, but you can it's easy enough for you to do. Here are our VWAP filters. Okay, so you have alerts for crossing above and below the VWAP. Okay, now I will tell you this: there is a volume confirmation that has to take place. So, because if you create a filter, if you create an alert window using this alert, you may notice, well, how come I'm getting an alert? Looks like a little bit late, and that's because there is a volume confirmation that has to take place. They're looking at maybe modifying that, but they've been looking at modifying that for years. So, okay. So it's easy enough, Carlos. So I mean, there's the alert you can use, and then it's up to you then to put the filters that you want. The filters meaning, you know, what sort of price range you're looking at, a minimum volume. Only you can determine that. But I've directed to you towards the alert that you can use. Okay? And again, to find that, you know, create your alert window, put the filters that you want in, again, like the price range, minimum volume, things like that, maybe a relative volume. It's up to you. And then right click, configure, search, and just type in VWAP. And then you can add this as an alert. Okay, add the alert, okay? Clear? Yeah, because only you can put the filter. I mean, only you know. Only you will know what price range you're looking at. You know, an idea about a minimum volume, things like that. Okay, I mean that'll be up to you. But that's that's easy enough to do. And I could do it for you, but it's a lot better if you do it yourself, just to learn how to do these sort of things. All right, guys, and just give me a moment, please. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I just have to change headsets. Just a minute. Okay, yes, that was a quick switch. Last alert I see from the AI is at 10:13. That's Eastern time, of course. That was at 10:07 according to me, right there, 10:07. CRTD, not 10:34. Give me a moment. What happened to DLPN? People sold it. Nothing happened. I mean, nothing. Listen, I mean, it's it's silly that it went up to $38. You don't see the 38, but it actually got up. Oh yeah, I do see it. There's the pre-market got up to 38 something. I mean, just because they say, okay, we're going to be in this NFT sector, but so it's not like they came up with bad news. It's just that reality starts to set in. A stock that goes from 5 to 38 in less in about a day, you just can't expect it to keep going higher. Yeah, if you could, I had no shorts available. Any idea why your price alerts are not updating? No, but let's just take a look at my price alerts. Okay, so when you say not updating, you're talking about the current price. There is a little delay always. Okay. You get a real time, but I mean, there's a. So I don't know what you mean, not updating. You mean not triggering? Okay, I'm just looking at mine, and they're all showing because I'm looking at. No, this one. Okay, so I'm just looking here. Do a reset, guys. I'm just going to do a reset. Yeah, something might be going on because I'm looking at this BBIG chart. And it looks like it's stuck at 373, and I can see the BBG. Unless that's the last trade. Let me just see. Let me look at another one. 609. Yeah, there's something going on. Okay, our charts are stuck, guys. Thank you for that. Charts are stuck. Yeah, they are aware of it. Our charts are stuck. Okay. I'm just going to keep doing a reset. Yeah, the news is, this, in my opinion, has to be revamped, and they're looking at it. I mean, instead of doing sort of a general Google news search, trying to get a little bit more like what I have for IB. So that's the reason. That's why I always have IB up and running too, IB News. Yeah, okay, guys. So obviously there is a server issue. So do not rely on anything from Trade Ideas right now. Okay, there is a server issue. Okay, so do not rely, okay, on what you're seeing here. I don't know about that. Well, maybe if you're connected live, maybe, I guess. But in the simulator, that's not working either. Yes, Adrian, there is I don't know if you can see my screen. There is a server issue. The data is not updating. Okay? So they know about it. They do know about it. So they're going to work at obviously trying to fix it. Okay? Yes, okay. Maybe you guys can't hear me. I don't know if you can see my screen. We know that we're having data issues, okay? We're having data issues. Hear ye, hear ye. We are having data issues. New price target for AMC, 2000, okay. So I did read one of the reasons why AMC is having a bad week is that I guess Disney is delaying, can't remember what movie they were supposed to release, but they're going to delay it for 2 months. Plus, they're going to release it streaming and in the theaters at the same time. And AMC, I think, was kind of counting on that one. Randy, can you not, I guess you can't hear me. Can you not hear me? We Okay. Black Widow movie. Thank you. Yeah, just gonna have to wait, guys. Okay, just have to wait. Nothing you can do. Nothing I can do. Just have to wait. Well, I have to say it, John, because some people don't have me on. Some people don't see my screen, or they're not reading this, and some people have me on mute. So, well, I this is a good time for me to take my break. Poor Michael. Hopefully, maybe it'll be resolved by noon. $87% short float. Let's take a look. FOF. Somebody said an 87% short float. Okay, we have 830%. 830, yeah, 837%. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is this crazy one. I mean, it doesn't trade. So I wouldn't even look at it cold rush or cold crush. Yeah, too bad. See, I can yell and scream at trade ideas. This cost me money because I see now APTO is at 640. I was waiting for a nice break. Kidding. Happens, guys. I mean, platforms. We've been pretty. Haven't seen something like this for quite a while now. Okay, so this is U.S. data. This is not trade ideas. I mean, it's affecting trade ideas, but the U.S. data feed is down. So it's the people who supply our data. I mean, so it's not our. What I'm trying to say is, I mean, we still have to now. We have to wait for them to fix it. It's not our servers. I mean, so the bottom line is still, it's not good, but nothing that we can do about it at all. So it depends on who your data. Obviously, IB does not use that data server. And there you go. Some of your stocks and quest trades don't work either. So it really depends. Well, I'm doing it now, Adrian, okay? I think they had to. Michael. Oh, goodness. Okay, guys. Listen, nothing we can do about it. We just have to wait. This is definitely more. This is more widespread than trade ideas. Okay, Adrian, point well taken. Point well taken. Okay. But everybody just kind of relax. I mean, it's these things can happen. And if you're in a trade, I mean, you're not having to rely on, if you're in a trade already, you're not having to rely on trade ideas to get in and out. I mean, you're broke if you, as long as your broker still has the data, but your broker could be affected too. I don't know. So I mean, you can make your trades in your brokerage platform. You're just not going to get alerts now. That's all. Well, neither is Interactive Brokers. Okay, who are you, Stats Ads Trading? All right, guys. Well, listen. You can still go over to YouTube. Michael will be there. I don't know what he's going to do, and I will put the link to YouTube again. But you can ask him questions about Brokers Plus and auto trading. Oh, it's you, Michael. Okay, okay. The one and only Michael. So, do you want to take over now, Michael? Do you want to start now? Are you ready? It's 11:55. I know it's about 5 minutes earlier, but yeah, your panic situation is when your broker goes down. That's your panic situation. Okay, thank you, Michael. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a break right now. I'm going to leave this up here. The server issue, data not updating. Let me just add to it. I'm going to be on a break until about uh,
All right, everyone. Let's just test the sound first. Make sure that's all working. Then we'll go to video, which will be riveting right now, with not too much going on. And I guess we'll just chat about stuff. So if I click what? This one? Nope, not that one. That one. There we go. Oops. 1 second here, guys. If I can get some feedback on sound, that would be great. I'm fixing the issue right here. Okay, that's what happened to that. That's fine. All right. There we go. Loud and clear. All right. Well, unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing anything update right now because it looks like we are having some server issues. So I'll take a look here and I'll kind of explain to you guys a bit of what's going on for those that are actually interested and are not flaming mad. Essentially, Trade Ideas is a data aggregator, right? So what we do is we generate data from different data sources, and then from there we go through and aggregate or combine that data into what you guys see, the output that you guys have. So right now, we contacted our data vendors that we get prices and things from, and everything they have for the U.S. is down right now. So we're just waiting for that to come back on. As soon as they turn everything back on, there'll be nothing for you guys to do. Things will just update again. And as Barry said, it kind of it is what it is, right? It's fortunately, looking at my live account with Interactive Brokers, everything is still working perfectly. I can place trades, I can enter and I can exit trades and all of that. The prices are updating. This is why we say that when you're trading with Interactive Brokers, you need a data plan because we pull in their data for things like prices and stuff. And this is one of the main reasons why is we don't want this to affect anyone's trading, right? And it won't. You won't enter any new trades right now, but it's noon. If you're sitting there trading noon on this incredibly slow market day anyway, you may want to adjust some of your trading strategies, but it's not really for me to say. Trade your trade, but it is what it is, right? So as soon as the data vendor turns back on, we'll turn back on as well. And if this is a frequent or common occurrence, we can kind of go from there. Yeah, let me actually grab something here. Just to show you guys from outside of Trade Ideas about how the AI works in the back end, right? With our data issues, we can't really show things trading live right now, but let me see what I have from an old presentation here where we used to talk about more of the breakdown. Yeah, let's take a look at this. I will find ways to entertain. If we can't trade, we'll entertain. And again, I would highly discourage anyone who's trading during these times to trade during these times. It's it's lunchtime. There's not a lot going on. It's why we do the Q&A at the time we do, because there's just less happening. So how the AI works. So first, why, right? Why did we build an AI? Well, why an AI instead of just building a trading strategy and going from there? Well, the issue is that all trading strategies degrade over time. They, they all something that worked in 1972 as a trading strategy will not work right now, just because of the way all of this works. So, the sorry, one second. We're just working through this issue. It is a very good trading day, just not at exactly noon, right? There's been tons of studies done about when stocks move intraday, and it's what you would expect. It's on the open, on the close, and noon is generally a chop fest, right? So, but back to, again, apologize, it just split attention trying to see when this stuff is going to kind of come back, but. Yeah, so we created the AI because all strategies degrade over time. Every single one. If anyone has a trading strategy that's working for them now, just know that at some point it won't, right? At some point that strategy is no longer going to work, based on any kind of market conditions or technology change or regulation change or whatever it could be. So what we did is we said, okay, well, if that's true, and sometimes they only degrade periodically. They come out of favor and then back into favor and out of favor and into favor. So we created right now we have 70 strategies. They're going to continue to kind of push that. It's one of the things that I do at Trade Ideas as a quantitative trader and investor. We're going to continue to push that and, maybe get to 100 or so different strategies based off different trading philosophies and different things that traders within our company do, because we're all traders. So now with so we kind of put all this in, right? So we built these 100 different trading strategies, and there's two parts to the AI. So one of them is this ability to backtest and then to optimize your backtest, to be able to go through and say, hey, this is a strategy that I want to run, and tell me how this strategy works in comparison to how it works in the current market, or how it works in a trading philosophy. It's for example, right? If you're buying a stock, does it matter if it's above or below VWAP? Does it matter if it's above or below the 200-day moving average? Does the RSI affect it? All of these different things. And the AI is able to run what we call a base strategy, which might be something as simple as, buying a MACD crossover, and then refine and refine and refine. It does that about 1 million or so combinations of different filters per strategy every single night, and tries to optimize in a way that is working the best in this particular market. So from there, what it does is it says, okay, here are the strategies that are working well, and it runs what we call the quantitative combine. And this looks a bit complex, but it's basically what it does is it says, okay, here's the strategy. Here's how we we build on it. Here's how we refine it. Here's how, we take those things and we, take the different filters, take the different technical indicators, chart patterns, and refine this strategy. And now what's working right now? For example, if the AI runs 1,000,000 simulations and there is no environment in which these are working, there's no environment in which, there's money to be made from these strategies, well, then that one's not presented to you guys each day, right? That's basically a dead strategy at this time. And then, so it ranks them, and it ranks them based off win rate, off profit factor, risk reward, number of trades, a whole bunch of different data points in which we are looking to, constantly update and refine based off what's important at that time. And then from there, what it does is it presents you those particular strategies with no way of knowing which ones are going to trigger and which ones are not going to trigger, and things like this. So that's essentially how the AI works in the back end. And now what you'll see, and again, we're having this, our data vendor has kind of broken on us here, and we've talked about that. And, it is what it is. There's no new trades that are going to come in right now. But existing trades, again, if you're trading through Brokerage Plus, it's already settled. And if you're trading through your broker, obviously just use your broker's quotes right now. This is why you should always have your broker accessed and handy. And again, someone just commented on it's slow trading day. It depends on what you're watching. I guess the relative volume of the SPY is lower than normal. So it is a lower than normal active trading day, objectively and quantitatively. But again, it depends where you're finding opportunities. So the other question here is how to backtest a Holly strategy. So you can't. Well, first, and for a couple of reasons. First of all, is the base strategy is our protected IP, right? We build these strategies. I spend a lot of time researching them and talking to traders and all of these things, and I give them that. The second is that it changes every single day, right? What you see is an output of all of those millions of refinements that have come through each day. So what you're going to look at is going to be different from everywhere else. However, the results of the backtest you can actually just see in this window here called AI Strategies Trades, in which if you take a look at this, it has the, let's look at these, focus on these three charts. So this may answer your question anyway. So the first is win percentage right here. All right, and this is that's pretty straightforward. Of the trades that were back tested, how many were profitable by at least 1 penny and how many were losers? So for example, this one had a 60% win rate, this one had a 77% win rate, this one had, another 77% win rate, all of these things. And then there's profit factor. So profit factor is essentially the sum of, how's the sum? Like this, sum of the winners, your winners over the sum of your losers. And I did that wrong. Let's do that again. Old school math notation. Sum of winners divided by sum of losers. And that's your profit factor. So, for example, if you had a strategy that generated 20 total trades, 10 of those trades made, in combination of all of the winning trades, made $300. And then those losing trades summed to $100. Then your profit factor would be 3. Basically meaning for every $1 you lose, you make $3. Anything over 1 is profitable. Anything over 1.5 is very good. If you get anything into the 10, we would, we would figure everything out from there. So that one is very important when it comes to overall profitability, because as you know, you can have a 99% win rate strategy, but with a 99% win rate strategy, you can still lose a bunch of money, right? So that's why, don't fall for marketing that says, hey, I'm right 80% of the time. It's like, great, but what happens when you're not, right? There's no one out there who has a 100% winning strategy. It just does not exist. If you've built one that says it's a 100% winning strategy, it just has not suffered a loser yet. So with those two, you can get a pretty good understanding already of how this strategy is performing in backtest. But the reason I highlighted this bit right here was because this is kind of a calendar view of, let me see what I just showed you guys. This, which has the backtester in it. And you can see the backtester here, we have a calendar feature. So that will show you basically where your profitable days were, where your losing days were. You can double click on these and you can actually go into the individual trades and check it all from there. However, the AI, right, it's going to be different every day. So this is for this particular backtest. So this one is for this particular backtest for this day. And what it's doing is it's basically showing you where the profitable days were and where the profitable days weren't over recent performance. So for this one, we can take a look at, anything, and it's color graded, right? So a dark red would have been a really bad day for this strategy. A very dark green, or very bright green, I guess, right here, would be for this strategy, right? A very good day for this strategy. So what you can do is you can take a look at, you can say, well, this one, not only does it have a good profit factor and a good win rate, but if I look recently, I see way more green. It's only had kind of one bad day right here. So this may be a more consistent type of a strategy than maybe something like this guy right here, where although let's just do maybe this guy right here, where although it had a 2.57, so it means for basically every $100 you lose in this strategy, you made 2.57. And this is all for the most recent back test. And a win rate of 60%, you can see there's periods of time where it works great, and then there's periods of time here where it didn't work great. So this one may be a little bit more volatile. So it's depending on whether you want consistency. And if so, look for something that has kind of nice greens throughout, or at least consistent colors throughout. And then one that is more volatile is going to have bright colors sometimes, and then darker colors other times, and everything like this. So so sorry, just getting back to the questions here. And again, we can ask away. The reason we have this Q&A at noon is it's the slowest part of the day. So data glitches, they happen. It's funny. You're not going to get a lot of sympathy from old school traders for just something going down, because back when I started to trade prop, things would just go down all the time, and just down, like the market would just stop working, and you would have to call the broker to see where your fill was. And you couldn't, online brokers weren't nearly as prevalent as they were. So I mean, actually call the broker and wait in line to see where your positions and your fills were. And we were profitable there, right? So it's one of those things. Technologies just kind of happen. So just down the questions, do I trade the AI on a daily basis or from time to time? So I trade it on the daily basis. I don't auto trade the AI, but what I'll do is look at individual trades. So for example, home, I am currently, and this is why I love that all of the trading still works even when everything went down. I currently short home. I got out most of my position already, and then riding a bit. Now, I do it the same way Barry talks about it, in which I will sort like this, I'll sort on moderate profit and I'll see, okay, what's working and what's not. Or you can do it aggressive as well. And I just look at the ones that are working, because I've noticed with Holly that when Holly works, she seems to pick a good one for the entire day. So I want to be on the side of those profits and then be able to jump in on the trend continuation. So on home, and I can show you this bit because, well, you can see I'm in paper here as well. But on my live account, I basically got in on this descending kind of a trend line right here. We had a touch here and then a touch here. So when we broke, I took a short right there through $28. Out again, most of my position. If you want to look at what it looks like right now, again, all pro traders have got some sort of secondary backup type of chart. So I'm out most of my position right here. This lower quadrant here is home. And then we've just bounced back up to the 2-day VWAP. So I'm basically just going to lower my stop above that. If we get above the 2-day VWAP, I'll be out. I'll be out of that one. I missed the part where I found the strategies and performance tab can be found. Oh, so this is actually just right under, if you go new, and then you go down to AI strategies window, you can see these right here. Now, it kind of looks usually like this. I just stretch this out. You can also go through and you can right click, and under columns, you can add and remove any column that you see fit here. I usually like to keep, as you can see here, I usually like to keep my stuff fairly sparse. I'm not a super active, in out kind of guy. I just, I take my trade and away we go kind of thing. Oh, I think I may have been showing you guys the wrong chart there. Same kind of look though. Any news on E-Trade? I was trading E-Trade. Let me see if I can get this for you. I was trading E-Trade this morning on, if we connect, hold on. Let's just get that. Yeah, I was using the E-Trade connection this morning. It's working well. The issue right now is just that E-Trade really deals with shorts in a really kind of funky type of way. Accept and copy. All right, and then let's disconnect from that. Oh, I guess I'm still in E-Trade. Whoops. So yeah, I've basically, if you look here, this is connected to E-Trade right now. It is, oops. I hate this little thing that Windows has where it's like, hey, do you want to close everything? It's like, no, thanks. Yeah, so it's working. Right now, we just need to test shorting. They treat shorts really weird over there, in which you're not allowed to do certain things. Like you can't send good to cancel short positions. You can't, you can't basically have buy to covers that are good to cancels, which are weird at the same time. A whole bunch of different rules when it comes to shorting. So the long side of things we got working. We got that down pretty good, and it seems to be working consistently. The other side of things is we're still working on. So for William's question, there will be I've already recorded it. There will be kind of a setup and use guide. The use is the same as our current video, so I'll link you that. The only difference is going to be with the setup. So let me get that video for you so you can watch this video if you want to get ready for the E-Trade launch and just ignore any time I talk about interactive brokers, but the interface is going to be the same. So then the next question was on TD Ameritrade. So we were working on a TD Ameritrade link, and we will go back to working on a TD Ameritrade link at some point. The problem is their API is bad. I was trying to think of a more diplomatic way to put that. But for example, when I was testing it, I would send out an order to say, "Hey, I want to buy some Apple," and I would click the button, and nothing would happen. And I'd go, "Okay, well, we're building this. We're working through issues. Let me go and look at what happened and try to report feedback and look through the message log and all the things you guys do when you debug your trades. I'm sure where you're trying to figure out what's going on and where and all of these things. But the issue was the fill happened, but the API didn't send the message back to me saying, "Hey, the fill happened." So I'm sitting there in a position, and they didn't bother to communicate back to the fact that I was in a position, which is, obviously a problem. So there was all these kind of things in which it just didn't work the way it should have, and it wasn't anything that really we could do about it. It was just the API was not reporting data back. So we would, until we can come around with workarounds, it's one of those things we would rather have no connectivity than have bad connectivity, right? Like, we don't want to give a client a product and say, "Hey, it may break for this or this or this or this," because the client doesn't care that it's not our fault. I'm sure the poor people in support are getting absolutely blasted right now because the internet service provider of our data vendor went down, which, again, there's nothing we can do about it, but it's people don't care, right? They'll get mad for the sake of getting mad, kind of thing. And what about Lightspeed? We actually linked with Lightspeed for a while with Brokerage Plus back in the day, but they ended up having to sever that. And I don't know exactly why, but I remember getting emailed about some sort of issue they had regulatory-wise with allowing their people to auto trade. So we had that connection, and then we had to turn it off because, again, I don't remember the exact reason. All I remember is getting a kind of scary worded type of an email about, your service will be disconnected, and this is the reason why. So, one of those things that we've kind of have to be careful of, right? So here is what we got from our data vendor, just to let you guys know. I'm just keeping up on the Slack conversation because, of course, it's all hands on deck right now. Everybody is very much giving whatever they can to try to figure out a workaround or whatever. But and this is an email you guys should see soon. It says our primary data vendor, Nanex, is experiencing a major ISP outage. Nanex is a major part of the business internet technology. They're working quickly to resolve the issue. As soon as Nanex recovers from their ISP outage, trade ideas will recover automatically. Again, this is I think the first outage like this we've had in years. So again, it's not common. It's one of those things that if our data vendor continues to experience issues, we'll of course look for another one. But again, technical issues happen. And if you find yourself raging right now, trading is going to be a hard career for you. When I right click to see the trades which were taken off a specific strategy, it leads to the AI trades of the day. Is there quickly a way to check the full trade history for that strategy within your own strategies, Sam, or within the AI? Because the AI is only going to present you today for that strategy. Because again, even if you see a strategy by the same name tomorrow, it's different, right? Oh, I guess TC2000 has experienced the same issue. Yeah, so the AI is going to only present you with what it is that you're looking for kind of for that day. Because the next day, it's going to be completely and utterly different. Trade Zero is down as well with TC2000. And Sam, are you the one that requested a video on my channel about books? Because if so, somebody in one of these streams was like, you should do a video on the books that I'm looking for. So yeah, Sam, I recorded that right before this. I'll edit it tomorrow, and hopefully it'll be on the channel this weekend. So again, thanks for the idea. I always like new content for my my personal channel. So I did a little blog post, and I'll do a video with that, and I'll hopefully have all that up for you guys on the weekend, which will be cool. I know, looking at the pullback long, which always works. So pullback long doesn't always work, but I'll take the compliment because that actually is from Neo, which is the AI that I built from the ground up. The 3 different AIs. Where's my channel bar? Channel bar. So that we have 3 AIs. So this could be a good time to explain the difference between them and all of that. We have, let's go. You guys can see that on stream, right? Right. Okay. So we have AI Grail. So this is the one that we kind of report performance on. It was the original. I very rarely touch it or add to it or make any changes. We call her the old girl around trade ideas. It's, tried, tested, and true, and working, as intended, right? Makes a great watch list and gives you a couple good trades a day. You just got to filter out which ones those are going to be for you. And then we have Holly 2.0. Now, Holly 2.0 is essentially me rebuilding, basically rebuilding the original concept of AI from ground one, right? So going back and saying, okay, the original concept was all of these different strategies that are refined every day. 2.0 still does all that stuff that I talked about. However, I've made some additions and changes to it in which I've cleaned up, in my opinion, made some of the bases a little bit better. And then I've added relative volume to that. So everything through there has to be coming through relative volume as well. And then we have AI Neo. And AI Neo is kind of my brainchild, built by me from the ground up. And what you'll notice is that AI Neo doesn't do the thing where it constantly cycles the different strategies. It has 4 strategies each and every day. And let's take a look at those. Segments, Neo, and let's shrink this so we can see more of the data. So it has these 4 strategies. So it has breakout long, breakout short, pullback long, pullback short. So these are getting refined and changed each and every day based off of that millions of combinations and permutations that I talked about. However, it's always these 4 strategies, which are essentially either, breakout on a stock. The pullback is looking for something that, broke out and is either chopping sideways or has pulled back to a major moving average and then looks to buy them. And then these two strategies in reverse for the short side. Now, what makes NEO different is that it is entirely focused on how much volume that stock is doing today relative to how much it's normally doing. So when I brought up the SPY here and I said objectively the SPY is having a more chill day than normal, I can say that, without a shadow of a doubt because it has 0.7 relative volume. So what the relative volume does is it looks at the volume that has been done up until this point today. So let's say it's noon. At noon, it looks at it, says, okay, normally the SPY does 25 million shares from the open until noon every day. Well, if it has under a 1 for relative volume, then that means it's doing less than normal volume as well. If it's more than that, it's doing more volume. Relative volume basically looks at what is changing in this stock, right? So we need the volume to really be cranked up. So for just inside baseball, I guess it's just between me and 93 of my closest buds here on the internet. That's recorded forever. It's 10. So 10 times normal volume or 1000% normal volume has to occur in these strategies in order for NEO to notice. And then what it's doing is it's refining those strategies based off what happened. So during very interesting markets, earnings season, for example, is what I'd classify as a very interesting market where there's stocks moving all the time for different reasons. NEO is definitely the one to watch, especially during earnings season. NEO is the one to watch where it's basically looking at things and saying, okay, are you doing 1000% normal volume, at the moment of entry? Yes. Okay. Well, now it's interesting for me to watch, and it filters out everything but. And what we've noticed from this, again, I made this change. I built NEO. I'm trying to think here. It's a year and a half ago or 2 years ago. Let's say a year and a half. Is that the win rate isn't as good as some of the other AIs. However, the profitability is way better than the other AIs. And it's simply because it's looking for stocks that have had some sort of a catalyst. So it may not be as accurate, but when it hits it right. And that's why I said with Barry, how I use the AI is I almost exclusively look at NEO, because when I'm day trading, I want the things that are pumping out the most relative volume, period, right? Because these are the things that are getting talked about on social media, and they're the things that prop firms are trading, and they're the things that institutions are having to make decisions on because they're doing a lot of volume and moving. Therefore, you're going to get increased volatility. Now, if you're a new trader, be very careful with increased volatility, but I've been doing this for absolute ages, so I gravitate towards increased volatility on my day trades. And then on my swing trades are where I will go to calmer stocks that move in a more controlled and regulated, simple type of way. Just because when something is really pumping out volume, it's going to move insanely quickly. And when it's being a little more chill, that's kind of where you can, I guess, pick your entry. This question: I'm interested in the AI with trade ideas, but only have Ameritrade only. Will it work with other broker, or is there another one you prefer. Now, I prefer Interactive Brokers because I've been trading long enough in which I understand that there is no such thing as free commissions, right? They're taking that from you in other ways, right? They're selling your order flow, these type of things. But I want to pay my broker because I want them to update their software, where every time I go online and I hear about Thinkorswim being sluggish and not working at the open, mine work. The Interactive Brokers has always worked as well. So I prefer Interactive Brokers, again, to each your own. Now, you can, for auto trading, you need Interactive Brokers right now and E-Trade very soon in the next few weeks, I would say, give or take. But to just trade, you can link almost any broker, and same with TD Ameritrade, where you could click on, so say I click on home, it would populate the order entry, level 2, and the time and sales and all of these things for you, right? So that you can click on a symbol, and if you like it, you can place the trade manually, which to trade the AI, that's how I recommend to do it. There's advantages to Brokerage Plus where you can right click and have stops and targets and everything put out for you. But I suggest kind of auto trading that. One moment, guys. Please type questions into chat. I just hear someone at the door. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. It was food delivery. We're doing these. You order the box and it gives you all the stuff and you make it yourself type of thing. It's interesting, but I don't know how to cook, so it seems to be problematic. Thank you. I remember a few months ago in TOS, but they did a really good job fixing it since then so far. Oh, that's good. A lot of friends that I have that are traders have switched from E-Trade, and they have switched from Thinkorswim to Interactive Brokers just because they're like, I'd rather pay $1 a trade than A, have Citadel buy my order flow, and B, here we go, have Citadel buy my order flow and then have my system go down. It's just kind of the synopsis I have. Now, as a Canadian, TD, even though it's a Canadian bank, which is hilarious, still charges us like $1 billion for per trade. So I can't go with them. It's like $5 a trade. It's, back in the Stone Age. And E-Trade just hates Canadians. So, I have a limited amount of options, but IB, I don't like their customer service isn't very good, and I don't like their platform. other than that, which I guess are two things, but other than that, we can figure that out as well. Again, just keeping an eye on this chat that we're having in our Slack channel here. Lots and lots and lots of, they just sent this. So this ISP outage seems to be bigger than we may have thought originally, because all of these different ISPs seem to be having trouble all throughout the US and geez, out throughout the world, right over here. And yeah, so it seems like some big issues may be going on kind of with internet or with ISPs globally, which is, again, unfortunate, but it's probably a good time because one of your brokers may be using this ISP too. So just be careful out there, guys, for sure. Yeah, so that. So again, the AI is a great watch list tool. It's an algorithmically derived watch list tool. Now, would I suggest just auto trading it and walking away and hoping you make $1 million? No. And you know, I know you guys wouldn't be like that, but for the people who are looking to do that, don't trade. just abandon it. You know, if you're not going to want to put in work and do things like that, it's just not the career for you. It's way harder than it looks from the outside. So Sam asks, can you use IBKR with DAS Trader NIB? Not yet, because we connect directly to their Trader Workstation, their TWS platform. So that has to be open and running. We're going to go to a headless model at some point. And a headless model basically just means we connect directly to the cloud, as opposed to connecting directly to their application. With that, we just need to, you know, that's a dangerous transition, because right now, the reason that, you know, no one should be, you know, raging right now with this data outage is because and I can testify to it because I'm watching it right now in my other account. We pull in prices and we pull in a lot of this data from Interactive Brokers. So all of my stops are still working. My brokerage plus quotes are still updating in real time. I can place trades if I want. All of this is working fine. However, you know, there's just no new trades going on at the same time. So Sam's saying, I know they need to be open. The question is, can I work both at the same time on the same account? If Interactive Brokers will allow you to have Trader Workstation and DAS open and connected at the same time, there's no reason why you can't. Like, so for example, I have 2 Trader Workstation accounts and I'm paying for data with both of them for the sole reason that I want to be able to look at my phone and see my positions at the same time I'm looking at the same time my desktop is connected. So normally that kicks you out, but what I've done is I've paid for 2 separate Trader Workstation accounts that both link back to the same system. So if they'll let you do that, if they'll let you have DAS Trader open and have Trader Workstation open, then yeah, for sure. As long as Trader Workstation is open and connected and receiving live data uninterrupted, it'll be fine. As soon as that gets messed up, things kind of can hit the fan. And yeah, just to show you guys, this is what it looks like. So even though our charts here are not updating, right? This is my real account. I looked and I see there's nothing here that will give me away, but this is connected to Interactive Brokers, and you can see the prices here update in real time along with all of my positions for this particular account. So that's the beauty of using diversifying our data sources, is that if one data source breaks down, you can see that I'm not worried because all of my stop orders are in place, right? They're all, here's all my orders for today. So, right, my stops right here on FLGT, which was kind of my trade of the day on my channel, which you can always find. For now, it's youtube.com/Bonpara. I'm getting rid of the Bonpara name and everything's going to Stats Edge Trading soon. But for now, that's the link. Soon it will be that, but Stats Edge Trading. So again, you can see all of this is working. I'm protected. I don't need to worry about, something bad happening. I just don't have any new ideas generating right now through Trade Ideas, right? Setting stop limit orders. And so trailing stops, I don't know percent in the sim, but if you want to set a stop limit order, very easily, all you need to do is put in the price you want the limit to trigger in here and the stop price right here. So for example, if I put in Apple and I want my stop price on Apple to be, just do 100 shares, I want my stop price to be $100 and I'm willing to pay up to $100.25. I fill these in like this. Again, this is the price that the order would go live, and this is the most I'm willing to pay. And I hit the buy button, and the stop limit's out. And then that's it. Away you go. Now, if you want to set a trailing stop on anything, you can't do that right through this interface, right? You can do it through if you create a strategy in the back end, which, you can't do. You can just put your stop limit or your trailing stop right here. So if I wanted to put in a $2 trailing stop, I can do that. Now, don't use filters with trailing stops. A lot of people think that if they put in like a 10-day SMA or something here, it will work. It won't. I go over in details the exact reason why in this Brokerage Plus intro video you can take a look at. But yeah, so if I wanted it to be a 10% stop, I can do that right here. Audio problem. Is anyone else having an audio problem? Let me unmute. Hello? What is going on here? All good now. Audio and video working great. Okay, that might just been a glitch on your end there, but that's fine. So what's your problem, Sam, with the stop limit order? So Vlad, trailing stops. So a trailing stop is simply a way to automate an exit. So for example, say we have a chart here that's going up. Yeah, I put the broker, it's right above you there. I can put it in again. So this talks in detail how to use the entire system from here. So a trailing stop is essentially a way to say, I want, say the stock's moving like this, right? You're saying, I want my stop to get raised as the price moves higher, but then when the price moves lower, I want you to trigger into my stop and get me out. That's the premise behind it. So for example, if I put in say I've got this strategy and I want to put in a trailing stop of 5%, right? What will happen is if we have, say, $100 stock, right? 5% of $100 is $5. So it will put out a stop at $95 a share. Now, as the price of the stock hopefully increases, so basically if the price goes down to $95, it stops me out, right? If the price just goes to 100 and then tanks, I'm out. Now, if, for example, it goes up to 101, well, now my new stop is going to be $96, right? The stop is raising as the price is raising. So now the stock is 101 and my stop is 96, right? Say the stop goes up to 110, right? Now my stop is still the $5 below price. So my stop will be 105. So eventually, say from here, the stock goes down to 105. Well, then I get stopped out, right? So it's a way to have, as the price ticks up, your stop ticks up behind it. As the price reverses, away you go, right? Sim changes stop limit to limit orders. Well, a stop limit will always be converted into a limit order when triggered, but you're saying it converts a it does it on order entry, because of course as soon as it gets triggered, as soon as it hits the price, it's going to go to a limit order, because that's just what stop limits do. So the most I can lose is $5 regardless of where it goes. Yeah, basically, right? Assuming there's no gaps or all of this stuff that is just basic to market structure. Yeah, but what it does, it caps your risk. But then as the price of the stock increases, it trails the stop up behind the stock price, so that eventually, hopefully, you get stopped out for a profit. Now, I don't like them personally. I think you can probably, I think you can do it better yourself. However, right, that's just kind of the way. It's a kind of a simple way to change those as well. I wish the system was live right now to test your stop limit problem. But let's see. Let's just do it anyway. Might not work because of the internet outage. But so we're going to do WVE. 100 shares. We're going to put the stop price out at $9, or the stop limit out at 10. And then we're going to put this out at 9. And in theory, again, nothing may work because it's broken. So no, that didn't convert to a limit at all. It's a stop within a limit of 9. So I'll test this for you again when it comes live, but that's exactly what it should have done. Now, if I do it below price, so say if I say I want it to be 7 and then I want to put out the limit at 9 and I click that, then it would, in theory, if everything was open, well, yeah, then it would trigger right away as a limit order, of course, because, right, the price it's under price, so it's going to immediately convert to a limit. If I'm buying, I have to put it above price, but this seems to be working exactly how it should. But I'll do some more testing for you when it's done. But so far, that's working exactly the way it should. I haven't restarted this system in days. I'm actually looking at your ticket right here on another monitor. What stock were you doing it at? You don't tell us what stock you were Well, yeah, this would have triggered instantly because it was above $4 at 9:35. And you reverse the 2 as well. I'm going to make sure I don't share any information, but I can't do that. It won't let me do that. Oh, I can go I'm not going to share any of your email, but I'll just put up the screenshots here. So you seem to kind of reverse here. One, you've got a stop price at 4. And if I look at BBIG at 935, it's above 4. So that should trigger instantly. And it should trigger at 402. And it's even giving you a warning that it will trigger immediately, which is good. It should. And then you put that you want it to trigger at 403, but you're only willing to pay up to 4. Right? So that's the inverse of how you should put that if you're trying to buy it on the way up. And that triggers as well. The other thing to note is that this is an insanely volatile, not very hugely liquid stock, so the spread may be wider than you're thinking it is, right? So yeah, again, that doesn't look like an issue to me if that it really is at 9:35 Eastern. Because at 9:35 Eastern, it's above 4, so it should have triggered immediately. And again, maybe I'm seeing something wrong here, but looks good to me. Like I guess I'm just missing it, right? I don't. Now again, you got to take the bid ask spread into account, right? Always, and that's just trading. That's just the way trading works. Is that you may see a last price and say, well, it's a little bit under that, I'll do that. But there's always a spread, right? And you're paying the spread 100%. It's funny. This is the only day that Barry hasn't been pinging me, looking to get his room back as quick as he can. Explains a lot. Oh, no worries, man. No worries. And again, if it is a like if you see that on Apple when you're putting the price, $1 or $2 out of the money, then let us know. But if it's a high flyer stock that's above price at the time, that should have worked just the way it should, right? And then again, if you're seeing it on slower type instruments, let us know if you can replicate it on like a General Electric or an Apple or even something like Home or something like that. Now that everything's kind of chilled out, let us know. But it. It is what it is. So yeah, I'm watching this internet service provider outage, and it's everywhere. So something now's the time where if you were a conspiracy head, you'd start to say, oh, they're out to get us for this, that, or the other reason. Also, I'm looking at we sent out emails. Everyone should have gotten an email kind of explaining what's happening and that it will be back as soon as the internet service provider comes back up. So anyway, we sent out an email, and I have a map here of where the emails are being opened, and it's kind of cool. Ottawa, got a couple Canadians out there, a bunch of people in British Columbia, one in Saskatchewan, a couple in Alberta. No one over in the East Coast so far, anyway. Look at the VIX and the Qs. What are they pointing to? Something going on? QQQ selling at today's lows. VIX at 20, trying to get a little bit above 20. And SPY I guess while we wait for Barry to come back, we can do... Or no, he's pinging me here. Oh, Barry finally stepped up. He wants his room back. All right, so we're going to pop the room back to Barry. Please be nice. We're working as hard as we can, but it really is out of our control, right? The whole internet provider is down. So if there was anything that anyone at Trade Ideas could do, we would have done it. So we just have to wait for that internet service provider to come up. If this is a regular occurrence, we'll switch data providers. But again, this is the first time we've had data outages in years. So it is what it is. So anyway, it was great chatting with you guys. Where's my OBS here? And I'll talk to you soon.
Funko. Well, at least I can see what's happening on my trading view chart. Somebody in the room yesterday said they have TradingView, but they used to have TrendSpider, but they went back, or I don't know if they went back to TradingView. Are you still in the room? Was it you, JB, or somebody? So for instance, the gap down, so at 11:28 it was 21.19. I'm looking right now, 21.21. I'm not saying it didn't do anything in the interim, but you know, there it is. Interesting. Gap down and go. It's basically right there. I was just going to say it's not halted, but then I forgot we don't have data. Wow. So you know what, Jason? It's a question that has been asked very many times. Best thing to do is just keep nagging the powers that be. Send an email. Okay, coming from me means nothing. Coming from all of our subscribers. So the question is wanting data earlier than 7 o'clock Eastern time. Okay? So just send an email there saying, hey, when are you guys going to do this? Zach, so man, you're short at 11:38. Well, my fingers crossed are for you. Okay, you can't hear me. Because I'm looking here, 1320, 1320. That is where it's stacking up to open. Yeah, there's being snapped up at Interactive Brokers. When I mentioned it was 22,000, now they're 4,800 now. You see, Jason, for me, I may be more, I'm on the West Coast, so, you know, obviously I'm not going to get up at 1 in the morning my time. I get up at 4 in the morning my time, which is early enough. But I do understand, you know, some of you, and it's not just North America. We have a lot of subscribers around the world. You know, European subscribers would probably love to have that data coming in 3 hours earlier. So I do get it. As long as you don't make me get up at 1 in the morning. Wow, 1348, 1348. That's what it's stacking up right now for WKEY. Once it opens, of course, I don't know when it got halted, so I can't do the 5-minute thing. It's got to be soon, though. Got to be soon to resume, I would think. At 13:05, thank you. Okay. I'm in Vancouver. Oh, well, let's just put this up here. This is my TradingView chart. Let's see what happens when it opens. So I see it got halted at, I guess, 12:38, right? 12:38? No PDT rule. No, none of that nonsense. Yeah, I mean, what amazes me about the PDT rule, I mean, Canada, we're so conservative with our banking procedures, and so that seems like much more of a Canadian thing to do to sort of protect the consumer from themselves. I mean, that's the theory, right? Is TrendSpider also frozen? Okay, let's see. I'm just looking. William, you said this was of course, you said it was a 13:05 halt. Well, it's still halted. According to Interactive Brokers, it is still halted. Okay, so this is obviously going to be more than a 5-minute halt for WKEY. I know Zach or somebody said that why not WWE entering the NFTs? Well, I can see where we stopped at 55.17, so I see it's now up to 59. My hometown, Montreal. Well, I think this is probably the longest outage I've experienced. I think once we had a couple of hours. I think that was on our end. Verdun, or Verdun, Verdun, Verdun. Sorry. All right. Well, we've got a bunch of Quebecois here. Well, guys, listen. I mean, now's the time. You want to ask me some questions, other than what do I think of a certain stock? Questions in general about trade ideas. Probably this is about as good Good a time as ever. You can trade, yeah, you can trade post and pre-market with TD. You just have to activate it. You have to go in limit orders. You can't go in market orders. You have to go in limit. Yeah, OTC is maybe a different animal, okay? Sometimes, and I know for GBTC you can, which is OTC technically. Well, okay, what do I look for? The same thing that a lot of like Real and Zach and others, you know, with a scan that he's got, and I have, you know, I do have a bottoming tail and a topping tail. I'm just looking for right now anyway, looking for stocks that are, and it's, you know, I can't demonstrate it, but you know, if you look at the scan that Real created, you know, so it's above the 15-minute Bollinger Band by a certain amount. Let's take a look at his. So it's 60% above on the 15-minute chart, the Bollinger Band. 6% above the 8-period SMA on the 15-minute chart. Okay, so those are two. So what happens is you see a lot of stocks that, when you look at a scan like that, that are, I wouldn't say they're absolutely parabolic, but they're getting that look. One moment, please. Just a minute. All right, guys, sorry about that. Okay, as far as I don't use, well, stop limit is easy. I mean, you just put it in the box. You just, you know, limit, and you put the price you want. That's pretty easy. I can't demonstrate it, obviously, but I mean, there is a, you know, just make sure you've got limit as opposed to market, and put your price in, and that's it. And just click the submit, and you're done. Okay. For IB, as far as trailing stops go, I don't use them at all in IB, so I don't know. Tech, yes, our data provider, and yeah, our data provider is having an issue. Okay, so we can't do anything until it gets fixed. So Iris for you and Tech, that is the issue. I guess you can't see my screen because, you know, I've got this displayed. Our data provider is having issues. We have to wait for them to fix it. So no charts, etc. Okay, and you know, an email that go out. Yeah, so ultimately, Paul, this is still being worked on, but there's going to be a calendar feature, okay? And so you'll be able to see all your previous trades in the calendar. Pick a day, and then you'll be able to export. Okay. Right now, I don't know if you copied, highlight and copied. Let me just see if it goes. Yeah. So I just copied it and went to Excel as an example. So all you do is just highlight, okay? You can either do one, or you just highlight. If I had more, I could highlight everything, and then just copy it and then just paste it into Excel. Okay, Vlad, can you hear me and can you see my screen? Before I show you what you can do with options. So Vlad, can you hear me? Oh, okay, good. Okay, so we scan stocks and that's it, all right? But I do have probably my favorite scanner is this one called Moving Higher with unusually strong option activity. So whether this helps you trade options will be up to you. I know there are other people in the room who said it does help, but I'm going to show you. So if you right-clicked on an alert window and then go to your click on search and then type in options. So these are the option filters that we do have, all right? So put the put-call ratio, some obvious ones. The put-call ratio, the option volume today, put and call volume today. So these are some filters that we do have. This one that says options volume, what that is that's the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And then this is the metric right here. This is the filter right there, the option volume today %. Okay. So let me just show you what I've done here. Oops. And again, it's called Moving Higher with unusually strong options volume. So here are the filters that I got. I mean, this is my price range, but here it is. I'm saying, okay, I only want to see stocks that have traded at least 2,000 contracts and at least 300% of normal. So what that means is that for me to see a stock today in this particular window, for it to trigger, it has to trade at least 6,000 contracts, 3 times normal. Okay? Now, if that helps you trade the underlying option, great. If it doesn't, that's the best we can do. So it's got nothing to do with the Greeks, but at least it does show you stocks that are having an abnormal option activity day. Yeah, it's trading now. Yeah. It's trading now. Obviously, it unhalted. WKEY. Nanex. I think it's Nanex. Nanex. Yeah, so I don't trade options, but I do know when I explain this and I ask any option traders, and they say, yeah, it does help. Man. Yeah, it's certainly not just us. I have no idea what the SPY volume is right now, but it's certainly not just us. What is this one doing right now, Dolphin? So when you ask, is relative volume a standalone column in trade ideas? You can have a column that is relative volume. Is that what you mean? Like anyone, all of our filters can be placed as columns. Right there. All of our these are all filters, right? Price, previous day's range, relative volume, change from the close, volume, etc. These are all filters, okay? So any filter can be used as a column. Is that what you mean? You can't, it's not ready yet, NA. All right, they are working on it. They've been working on it for a while, trying to get the calendar feature up and running. So if you're used to the odds maker, let's just do one for fun. Thing is, I don't know if it's going to work without the data. I'll just try it, see what happens. Or the back tester, not called the odds maker anymore. Okay, so this is what it'll look like eventually. If you guys are anybody with the premium service using the and does some back testing, this is what this eventually will look like. This calendar feature, you will see all of the trades, just like this. You see the exit time, entry, exit, the whole bit, profit, etc. Okay. And it's a tab. I think the tab, if you're on a later version, it's available, but there's just no data. Well, okay, our relative volume, I'll pop this in. I'll give you, it may not, I can only put so much in YouTube in terms of data when I put in a link. Let's see if I can do this. This is our relative volume, okay? This is what our relative volume filter is. I can't speak for your current broker. But this is our definition of what relative volume is. Okay? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, this is only a calendar feature from within Trade Ideas. It works right now. It only works in our simulator. Also, well, it will first work in the simulator, then. Edward, no issues whatsoever. My linking works perfectly with IB. No issues at all. Now, I don't use an IB chart, but it won't matter. I mean, if I loaded an IB chart just for fun, it absolutely will not matter. So here's a little IB chart. See, make sure it's yeah. So are you using Yeah, it won't matter as you know within IB and most brokerage platforms, it's all to do with the color. So in IB, it's that little link. So as long as the links are all the same color, every time I click on something, it's going to change. I've got my news. I've got my time and sale. So they're all linked in that regard. But as far as establishing the link, one of the things one of the things is, you see, this is what I do, and I've never ever had a wish. I've never had an issue. I think if you load your brokerage platform, and then you load trade ideas, and then you establish the link, and then you close your brokerage platform, and then you close trade ideas, that should keep the link all the time. I don't even do that though. I go tools, external linking, and then I click on this and I just disable the link. And then every morning when I load everything, I just enable it again, and it always works for me. Always. I haven't had an issue for, no, I can't think of the last time I had an issue. So I don't know what to say, Edward. I mean, the link, so there are no issues that we know of. Let's put it that way. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, yes, I guess you can't see, our data provider is having issues. We have to wait for them to fix their issues. So no charts, no scanning. It's been a while. So a swishamani. Ooh, Gmail too? Well, that'd be interesting. Uh, let's see, I see something. Well, I'll just try one. Nope, no issue. No issue with Gmail for me anyway. That'd be scary. Yeah, it's still not. It's still not working. Yeah, we're at the behest of our data provider, and they're having a major issue, and certainly not just us. I'd be interested to know if anybody's brokerage platform is down, which is way more serious. Yeah, IB is fine also. TC2000 is not working, I know that. Whoa, Zach. I know you said you're short W key from 11 something. I'm seeing it's at 1535 right now. Yeah, Palakai, if you can hear me, oh 06, yeah, the platform is down, okay? An email did go out, so it went out about an hour ago now. Okay, thank you, Thomas. That keeps me up to date at least. Yeah, the spy. I see the yeah the spy is up a little. Yeah, but I think tech is down, right? The Qs are down. I'm looking here, down 136. Well, yeah, Palakai, it is our data provider. I mean, they're obviously going to try to get it fixed. I can't guarantee anything. We can't do anything about it. We have to wait for them to fix. Um, they supply us the data, so when they fix it, they'll let us know. I can't imagine it's going to go on, until tomorrow. I can't imagine it. I do not auto trade the AI, Holly. No, I'm not a big fan of auto trading anything, Johnny. Torps. Yeah, I mean, somebody, it's to do with this NFT. I don't know if I can see the. Yeah, I think something. There you go. At 1314, a digital certificate of authenticity. Okay, so it's all to do with NFTs. This is the news, right? Oops, there's the news right here. Yeah, it could pull a WKEY. Low float. I'm sorry, pull a WKEY. It could pull a DLPN. It's a low float, just like the other one was DLPN. It could easily do it. Yeah. Let's take a look at what it's doing right there. Okay. Will that pop from 980? Wow, up to 1656. So Johnny, as far as auto trading the AI, like a lot, that's a question, again, not necessarily that I get asked a lot, but I know people are chomping at the bit to do it. So here is what I would do. We have our simulator. If you have the AI, then you obviously have the premium service. You can turn all of the strategies on, okay, and auto trade the heck out of them to see what happens using in our simulator, okay? Before you would commit money to the market. Yeah, somebody mentioned that one before, the CW. I hadn't seen that one ever, I don't think. And I think this is I think somebody said this is to do again with NFTs. So you know how to do that, Johnny. Make sure you have your strategy tab open, and then you can hide. Well, you don't have to turn them all on, but you can pick the ones. Sorry, Holly. You can pick the ones you want. If you just wanted to go long, you just highlight that, or you can pick the ones you want. But basically, you just turn them all on, highlight it, and then enable 14 selected strategies. Now, my advice, though, also, because some people say, well, I've turned them all on and I'm not getting, and it's not taking any trades. The main reason would be this: when you take a look at a strategy, right click on it and edit, re-enter long trading strategies, and you'll see number one what your limit offset is. Okay, I think the default might be 3 cents or 2 cents. Okay. So again, what that limit offset is doing, if you get an alert, just say for as an example at $11, but it's a relatively fast-moving stock. Even if you're auto trading, you may not be able to get a fill until 11:04 or 11:05. So if you have an offset of only 2 or 3 cents, you'll never get a fill. What that offset is doing, when it says minus 11 cents, what that offset is doing, it's saying, okay, great, I have an alert at $11. how far above that alert price would I take the trade? Okay. And so in this case, you take the trade right up to $11.11. So that is typically, when people complain, I'm not getting any fills, that's usually the reason. Now, what you're going to use for an offset, that's completely up to you. I can't tell you. Sometimes, an offset, it'll also, to a certain extent, depend on the price of the security. A 5-cent offset for a $2 stock is not bad. A 5-cent offset for Apple, you may never get a fill. And you have to do this every day. That's the other question we get. How come I just can't leave them on? I want them on every day. Nope. You have to make the decision that you're going to, let's face, in the simulator it's not a big deal, but let's assume that you're using your money now. We force you to make the decision that you're auto trading. So yes, we force you to do this horrible one step of turning them on every day. I don't know if WKEY was in my scan because everything stopped. Everything stopped at 11:38. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. No, this is not updated, so I can't tell you. I'm pretty sure it would have made this one, at least the basic new highs and lows. I don't quite understand the question. I mean, you always establish a linking from our linking tool up here, tools, external linking, and then you add the link, and then you just follow these instructions. IB is pretty simple, but except there is a rule. So, for instance, if I edit the rule, go and edit the link, okay, you have to, if you're going live, of course you're going live. It's a drop-down menu. The rule is a drop-down menu, and just select Interactive Brokers Live. Okay? And then once that's done, it's done. Well, I would say so, especially something that's out of our control. I mean, it may have happened before with our data provider. I can't remember. I think we've had maybe on our end, maybe an hour down, with one of our servers. But yeah, I can't remember the last time something like this happened. So, X, did that answer your question? So it's not an address, you just... When you say shadowed from where? You're from our toolbar, and then external linking. So when you say shadowed, what do you mean by that? So when you click on add a link, this doesn't pop up? Okay. Do you have a green ball? You're sure you're connected? Maybe you have to reload or something, reload trade ideas or something, because if you've got a green ball and everything else, I mean, it's hard to know anything else is working because we don't have data, but the green ball will suggest that you are connected. I might have to send you to our official tech support. If you add a link and you're not getting this pop-up, then I don't know what to suggest. Just give me a moment. I'll be right back. So you get the pop-up, but you're not selecting anything. You know what you're supposed. Are you following the instructions? If you get the add external linking pop-up, so when you're reading it, it says while keeping this window active, mouse over the target window. So what I do if I'm starting my my linking with interactive brokers. Well, for instance, okay, I'll just show you the linking here. I mean, this is really simple, but let me do this. So I'm going to get rid of my link. I'm going to delete my link. Okay, this is my trading view chart. So this is what I do. Add a link. Okay, just like it says, go over. I'm going to have the shift key down. You see, and then it changes. And I don't have to do any rule whatsoever. I just say okay, and now I'm linked. So with interactive brokers, it's just a matter of putting it in the order entry, you know, the box, the order entry box, and doing exactly what I did. And then just the added step of this rule. You know, this is a drop down where it says rule, then you just have to do this added step here. Okay, but now I see I'm linked. Linking is usually pretty simple. Good afternoon, George. Good, I'm glad. And then I think if you follow the step of closing down your broker first, and then trade ideas, and then opening trade ideas, and then your broker, I think that the link should be established without you having to do it every day. Or you can do what I do. I mean, it works for me. You know, I just tools external linking, and then when I want to, I just disable. I just disable the link and close down, and then it doesn't really matter for me anyway what order I open things, and then I just enable it, and it's worked like that for years for me. Yeah, that's a tough one, Zach. Well, depending how this closes, this WKEY closes, I know it's a bunch of nonsense, but you know, depending how it closes, I may take this after hours. See how it closes, just like the other one yesterday. Yeah, so George, maybe you can't see my screen. I just read it. Our data provider is having issues. We have to wait for them to fix it. So no charts, no data, no nothing. An email did go out. Maybe you haven't seen it. Probably about an hour ago. So we have no way of knowing, you know, when it's going to come back because it's out of our hands. It's alive? It's alive. Really? It is back. I hear a little applause. Yay! Now it might take a while for the charts to catch up. But it's going to take a while for the charts to catch up, okay? Now, I wonder if I do a refresh here. Yeah, so it's going to take a while again for the charts, but we are getting alerts now, okay? So Karen, which brokers? We connect with most, connecting meaning the external linking tool it's a time saver, okay, to be able to connect to various brokers. We connect with many brokers. I mean, TD, obviously Interactive Broker, Schwab. We connect with so many brokers. It's just a matter of now, if we don't connect to a broker, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means you have to type the symbol in. The connection phase is just, or the connection option is just a big time saver. So when I click on, DLPN, it loads into the order entry. But if for some reason you've got some broker that doesn't want to connect, doesn't mean you cannot use trade ideas. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah, I'm pretty sure TD. I mean, it's a matter of just trial and error sometimes. We don't know who we connect to. I mean, they don't understand this. The brokers don't care whether we connect to them or not. But most of the time, it's just a matter of following this instruction right here, the tools, external linking, and then add a link, and then it says while keeping this mouse or this window active, move your pointer into your order entry in your broker, and then hit the shift key, and most of the time a link is connected or is enabled. Yeah, it's still catch-up time though. Obviously, catch-up time. It's going to take a while for this to catch up. Ooh. You're right, I say 1805. No, the alerts look they look bang on now. I'm just looking here. It's the charts, okay? The charts. Even though this is just not a fast moving chart. But okay, let's take a look at ALEC, or BCLI 410. What do we see here? 420. Okay, so this is what we call right now data catch up phase. Okay, it's data catch up phase because this is just catching up. This is not a real time alert at 4:07, obviously. Okay, so the data is coming back, but don't rely on it yet. All right? Well, I don't know if B plus is not working or not. Probably not because this is not the data we should be relying on. As I say, it might take a while. I think everything is going to take a while. You know, just as I was saying, even though it says 153, that is the correct time. When you click on JFIN though, 981. Whoops. No, that's pretty close. Maybe that's a bad example. I mean, the charts aren't working. I get that, but let me see if I can find another one that. Definitely the charts are off. I know that. I'm just waiting for the next real-time alert. Okay. Yeah, so that's not right. This is catching up. I mean, obviously the price is not 405. It's 393. So yeah, I'm sure the simulator is going to be out too because it relies on our real-time data. So the data is all screwed up. So guys, I mean, there's nothing we can do. We just have to wait for the data to catch up. It may take a while though, down for so long. How do you get a voice alert? Okay, so Jeffrey, with the alert window. Oh, I doubt it. No, it'll fix itself. I mean, it'll fix itself certainly overnight. You know, once the market closes, or it may fix itself by before the end of the market. What time is it now? 2 o'clock. So it may. I just don't know. Just one moment, please. Okay, just a minute, Preston. I just want to answer Jeffrey's question. So to put in a sound alert, you right-click on the alert window, okay, properties, and then actions. Okay, and just follow these instructions, check the play sound, set up the sound. So you can have one alert window, text to speech, if that's what you want. And the reason I say that, only one, because the whole idea of these alerts, the sound alerts, is to put a different sound alert on it for different windows. So when you hear a sound alert, you'll know exactly which window to look at. If you put them all text to speech, you'll have no idea where your alert is coming from. So you can pick one of them if that's what you want. You don't have to. Otherwise, just check that use custom sound and select. And here are three folders that we have. And each one of these folders has some sound alerts. So you can click on one, open it, you can play it. If you like it, you say okay a couple of times, and then it'll get attached to that window. Okay? Now, well, of course, it's very hard. I don't have a chart for it, TGI, but looks like it is around 17. Looks like it is right around here. Well, I'm not sure how to answer your question. Oh, I see. Okay, now it's making its way up. Okay, a couple of things. I mean, yesterday's high, for me, it would always have to take out yesterday's high. So number one, at 17.99, at 17.59 now. Look what it did. It got up to 18.02, basically at yesterday's high. That stalled it for a while. The next thing to look at is, okay, how much more room does it have even if it took that out? So if it got over 18, I mean, I guess if you could get it, just over 18, and it could get up to 1950, I'm assuming you're talking about like some kind of a day trade, that'd be good, I guess. Yeah, so, okay, yeah, I just want to reiterate all this, guys. We are getting alerts, but they're way behind. Okay? They are way behind. Charts are way behind. So don't use, it's going to take a while. I have no idea how long it's going to take for everything to catch up. It's funny because I saw 10 cent. Actually, this was on my watch list, I think. TME. Yeah, there was no inkling this was going to happen pre-market. You know, market just opened. China Tech sees sharp decline after proposed data collection JV. I don't know if that's the reason. But that had, you know, I'm saying I don't know if that hit earlier. So I don't know. See, too bad we can't be using the Wayback Machine saying, okay, yes, I do want to short Apto right now at 655. And it's at 565 right now. Yeah, I'll be watching it. I'll be watching. Okay, we're starting a little movement there. Okay, so I mean we're way behind. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. Real. It may not catch up in time. The next 2 hours. I don't know if it'll catch up. Well, it could be. I don't know. I mean, have to really see what that like. What is was there really a specific news catalyst for this to drive it down? Well, Seth the newbie, welcome to the room. Unfortunately, you've picked a day in which our data provider had to go down. So all the data that you see here is all very old right now. It's trying to catch up, but it's all very old. So that's number one. But yeah, this WKEY again. I may do the dolphin thing. You know, I want to see how this closes at the end of the day. Because okay, I know it's at 1816 or so right now. So what does that mean? So looking left on the monthly chart, there's the high way over here. This is back in December of 2019. So there's the high. And actually, so that high also, wait a minute. So that high, 1849 or so it hit that, as I'm sure, at some point today. So this is just going to be a matter of how well it closes. Oh man, if you could only, again, go back in time, gray. Ah, these alerts now look, the charts are now, it looks like the charts it looks like the charts no all I'm doing right now, guys, and I'm just trying to match the alerts we're getting, the real-time alerts we're getting with a real-time chart. Obviously, our charts are still behind. So this is looking, it looks like our data maybe have caught up, might have caught up. 1683, there's the price, 1681. I'm looking at IB. So our data may have caught up in terms of the alerts, just not the charts. Yeah, Mike. So, yeah, we had a data outage. Our data supplier had an outage, and so the data is starting to come back. The trade ideas charts are going to take a while to catch up, but the data just came back about 10 minutes ago. Yeah, I think the data is live because, okay, CLR 2696. I think the data is live, guys. I'm looking at my IB. It's just the charts now have to play catch up. Okay, so when all I'm saying right now, then, if you get we're starting to get the real time alerts again. Just don't rely on the trade ideas charts yet. So if you have another charting program. Well, Mike, I'm not sure that relates to the data outage. You'd have to be a little more. Wow, this is just continuing. I almost took some at 18, but I just, this is the WKEY. This is definitely having a DLPN move. This is what this one did yesterday. Of course, it's pulled back a lot now. But the DLPN, I mean, this is even, wow. Oh, sorry. I thought I was looking at WKEY at 22, but it's not. That's DLPN. Well, I definitely like the DLPN. I like the way it closed yesterday. That's why I took it. I like the way it closed. I thought it was definitely worth the risk to some extent, and it definitely worked out incredibly well for me. Oh no, I'm not that brave, Calvin. No, this is exactly. You see my lines here for. This is where I got in this area right here. Watched it after hours, almost jettisoned it right here, and I was starting to approach, and then all of a sudden it did this, This is at this, well, the mauve area is after hours. So I took some out. So I was in around 15 and change. I took some out right here around 24. And I thought, okay, now I'm going to hold it and see what happens tomorrow. Woke up to this. It was awesome. And got out around that 33 level for the last bit I had. So I'm not saying WKEY is going to do the same thing. I mean, it's starting earlier. I mean, look at the DLPN, what it did most of the day. Let me back that 15-minute chart. It had the massive pop here, but for most of the day, it just kind of chugged along this area until really almost after hours. The problem with the WKEY is that I can't see it, of course. Now, okay, we're starting to catch up. Okay, now we're getting a pullback. Yeah, I was going to say that real, but I know people in your country get really bent out of shape about that. Well, I don't blame them. Yeah, it's not a scam, it's a law, so it's not like they're hiding anything. I don't know, looking at this chart here, this is a 30-minute chart, but boy, Macy's still got beat up. I know it. I mean, that's not the right chart or right price, but it's very close. Now, this is just semantics, okay? Calling it a scam. It's just semantics. You can protest vehemently about a law like that, but, this is just semantics. Well, a lot of scans would do that, JN. I mean, anything, 1 minute volume pops. You can try one of the scans I'm sharing. It probably would have showed up. Is my momentum scan. So let me just pop that into the room. Or pop my homepage link into the room. And give me a moment here. Why isn't this clicking here? Jay, I don't know if you can hear me, but for some reason, I don't know if you can hear me, but for some reason, our YouTube channel, I don't know if it's down Okay, okay. Here we go. Okay, so I just posted my homepage link. Okay, I just posted my homepage link. If you click on the homepage link, is what you're going to see. And go to the scan section. One of the scans I'm sharing is momentum up. And in momentum up, we're getting close, guys. Our charts are really, we're getting closer. So one of the filters is a 1,000% volume on 1 minute. Okay, so that would more than likely catch something like WKEY, because look at the volume that popped in, compared to the rest of the day. So I'm pretty sure something like that would have caught it. So the filter, you can build your own, but this would probably be the filter to use. And this is what I'm talking about. So volume 1 minute percent. So you put some really big number like 1,000%. That means it's trading like 1,000% compared to previous 1 minute candles or bars. Okay. So that would catch probably, because most of these moves, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to realize most of these moves are because of volume coming in. Okay. I think we're getting very close, guys. Very, very close to catching up here. I see 1784, 1782, the bid and ask for WKEY. So I think we're almost back. You're welcome. Yeah, I think we're back. Okay, so I think I think it's safe enough to get rid of that message. Yeah, and experiment with a J. I mean, if you're not getting a lot of alerts, you can always reduce it. Well, do I make it out to real? Real? Well, try cashing that at your local bank. Would it be worth it to change your name legally? Well, WKEY is not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. So, let me just get. Yeah, TCAT is moving fast. I almost felt sorry for it. Everybody fled TCAT. Still down for the day. A lot. But everybody fled it for Dolphin. It's like this was yesterday's news. Yeah, this is really moving now. TCAT. What's the high of yesterday? Takes out the high of yesterday, which is around $50. I mean, I know it sounds crazy. It's another 7, but remember, it was at 75 the day before yesterday. Ugly, ugly for the cruisers. I don't know if you guys were watching in the pre-market. When I was doing my pre-market work, all of a sudden CCL, and this was a bona fide green candle right up here. And I think, oh man, what's happening? And then it's like one of these outliers, and it dropped immediately. But I thought, oh man, something is like cruises are alive and kicking. Yeah, XRT, you're right. XRT is starting to swoon again. Yeah, well, there is volume coming in. Look at that. Look at the volume bar right here on HOFV from the 2-minute chart. 1.5 million shares right there. I mean, this is traded an extraordinary number. 37 million in the float. So this will be about 6 times the float now, traded. Maybe a little less. I agree, John. Yeah, I do agree. That's when it happened. Yeah, this is a 10-minute halt. So yeah, so there's our halts resumes. I guess it worked 2:15:05. So it just opened. It just opened. Man. Yeah, I mean, look at that short float, 32%. Only 2 million in the float. And did it just get halted again? Just got halted again. Yeah, just got halted again. I have to realize that Zach does not hear me. Yikes. Look at TCAT. And the big topping tail right up here, $44. All the way down to 40. These are tough moves. Okay, guys, WKEY is really getting interesting again. So you look at these bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. You know, again, what does it mean? It means the sellers, the sellers have been trying to knock it down, but the buyers are closing it. Well, what time is it? 2:22. So another 8 minutes. Another 8 minutes for this to close. But the buyers are trying to maintain. The longer those bottoming tails, the better. If you're trying to maybe sense a direction that this might still be going up. Hard to say right now. Hard to say. I mean, there's nothing. The other thing is, of course, to take out that 20. Yeah, I do. I actually have it thumbnailed, Dolphin. I do have it thumbnailed. Yeah, didn't GBR and HPR kind of trade in tandem for a while? Well, let's take a look at this day right here. That's the 28th. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. All right, guys, just give me a moment here, please. All right, guys, I'm back. So what time frame, when you talk about a 10 or 30-second time frame, for what, the charts? Okay, guys, wow, what is happening with it? I wish I can't see any news on this HPR. Just screaming higher. So Johnny, when you say the 10 or 30-second time frame available, are you talking about our charts? Our lowest is 1 minute. Yeah, no. No. We're not really a scalping, like high frequency trading type, we're not into that. When I say we, I mean the program itself is not designed for that. Well, luckily I don't even have to worry about that. Zach, Zach can't hear me. Why doesn't Zach listen to me? There are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers for HPR. And of course we're halted again. HPR halted again. Okay. All right, Mike. I'm not finding any discrepancy now with my charts, but I don't know what else to say. Always remember that the trade ideas charts are refresh every 8 to 10 seconds. Okay, when you click on an alert, you'll get a real time. Okay, but then if you just stare at it and then you're staring at some other chart, you're right. It may not. It might take 8 seconds to update. And before everybody says, "Well, that's crazy," which is what I thought also when we introduced charts. I thought, well, that can't be. I'm I'm an intraday trader. But it's funny. I put the e-signal charts. That was my charting program at the time. I put my e-signal charts right beside the trade ideas charts. I left them there for 2 weeks, and Except for the odd occasion, it made no difference to me. At least certainly for my style of trading. And I'm an intraday trader, mainly because sure, get a real time alert. I'm looking at the charts, great, but now I'm all over my order entry, and my order entry. I'm not staring at these charts anymore. Is there a discrepancy? Okay. In the halt alert? Well, let's see. 227.52. Let's see if this opens at 232.52. Oh, WKEY, guys. Okay, we're starting to get a lot of gap up and reverses. ZIM. Look at this one starting to tank here. ZIM. Boy, Macy's. Look at Macy's. Look, strange day for Macy's. It looked like it was going to recover somewhat, and now just continuing its way down. Well, listen, tomorrow it'll be so interesting to see if 15 holds. I mean, there looks like there's a decent support for Macy's right around 15. Are the charts off again? I don't think so. Let me just put this chart up here. 1575, 1575. I don't think the charts are off, Christopher. Let's take a look at something that's moving pretty quickly. I mean, remember, this is going to take a bit to update, but 1849, 1850. So I know, I think the charts are working. Meanwhile, so we've got this disconnect going again. Look at tech getting beaten up somewhat, and Dow is up, SPY's up a little. Starting to get that disconnect going again. I don't think so. I mean, no, it is not. It is a gas play, and there's some merger that was supposed to happen, and out of bankruptcy, etc., etc. So I can safely say this is not an NFT play. Yeah, and just opened and closed. I think it's pretty close, Sam. So you're not talking about a chart. You're talking about the scans. That's up to you, Manny. I mean, we have so many different alerts and filters. Okay, I hardly use. I mean, look, this is what I use. But that's just my style of trading. I'm all about new highs of the day. I rarely use anything else. But that's up to you. I can't tell you. I can't tell you which ones to use. Yeah, you too, Lily. But if you're using HPR as an example, HPR, well, our charts say 1083. It's halted right now, so that's correct, Christopher. Absolutely, Zach. Zach can't hear me. It's all a bunch of nonsense, guys. These stocks that are doing this, not this one necessarily, but the WKEYs are all trying to capitalize on this NFT craze. All we can do as traders is take advantage of it and not get hurt. Okay? And that's why, don't get into some of these things and, leave your computer. You know what, Poe? I'm going to be honest. I've just and I got incredibly lucky, I guess. I took some at 1929 and sold some at 1985. I cannot recommend, doing that. Then all of a sudden, when somebody said it just tanked, yeah, I mean, I must have escaped 10 seconds, But I mean, I know I'm not risking anything I can't afford to lose. How's that? Okay. Yeah, I'm sure it has skewed the AI results. Not that the AI had a terrible day today, but anyway. All right, guys, so it is 2:37. So today is my long day. I help out on the Q&A webinar at 5 o'clock with Dan and Brad. So I will be shutting the room down around 3. Always stick around if there are questions, but otherwise I just want to go over again my homepage and the stuff that you can find from my homepage. How am I sorting it? I'm sorting it on the day high, like where it is in relation to the high of the day. Obviously you don't have to do the same thing. I do have a 5-minute. You can sort it on that also to see what sector is starting to move now. But I typically just leave it on the day's range, so you can see jets right at the bottom, right at the bottom. So the position in the day's range. That's how I do it. Yeah, only one brokerage plus. Okay, William. So this is a question I have in the YouTube room. How do you reset the brokerage plus selection? So are you talking about... Okay. Okay, I'm not sure I understand your question. When you say how to reset the brokerage, are you talking about, say, getting it back down to zero? We start you off with $100,000 If you exit everything by the end of the day, you'll start off fresh. Okay, and how to exit everything, you can highlight the ones you want. You can just flatten them, or you can highlight everything and flatten. Oops. Okay, flatten. Is that what you mean? If you keep us, if you don't exit anything in the simulator, then it'll carry over tomorrow. But there's no way to, just start from with $100,000 intraday, if that makes sense. We give you 100, play around with it. If you've lost 100,000, you got to wait till tomorrow. Okay. Which ETF scan I'm using? You mean the spot? I mean, I don't scan ETFs. I mean, obviously this is scanning. I shouldn't say scanning. It's just telling me this is just a top list. So when I get into something, especially something that may not be, trading on its own, an alpha stock, I'll always take a glance at the sector I'm going in. I can check to see, well, if I'm going to get into this trade, what is its sector doing also? Okay. All right, guys. So again, I just want to quickly go over my homepage. So in the trading room here, there's my tab, and this is what you'll see. So if you want to take out a subscription, here it is. You can use this promo code Barry for Alpha15 15% off the first month only, okay, or the entire year. I have to emphasize the only. We get so many emails coming in. Hey, how come you're charging me full price the second month? Because it's the first month only, okay? So you'll get the discount on the first month only. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. There was really no trade this week. I mean, there was a trade of the week delivered, but it did not trigger. It was Macy's and it never triggered. So I've already done my little recap video. You can sign up for them here. All the scans I'm sharing right here, including my layout, the layout that you see, plus a lot of other scans are here. So if you don't want my entire layout, you might have your own scan, but you might want to pick at some of the ones that I'm sharing. Take a look at them. Okay, I'm sharing a lot of scans. And last, education link, big education link or section right here, including the 20 lessons in 20 days. Please, if you're new to trade ideas, take these lessons. What is a top list, building a top list, an alert window, creating one, etc. Okay? I think it's definitely, before you do anything else, take a look at those lessons. Daily support sessions, again, from 12 to 1 in our YouTube room. One of the other traders does take over. And it's a Q&A. Those traders are typically more swing traders than I am. Daily webinars. So this is what I was talking about. So we have daily webinars Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern time. And so today is the one that I help out on. You can sign up for them all right there. More educational videos here. And last, the back to basics. Back to basics. If you're brand new to trading, you don't know the first thing about trading, this is a little video series for you. Literally starting off with what is a stock, okay? So all of that is available. All of that is available from my homepage. And so that's a lot of information. So you can always save the link. You click on it, you can always save the link and take a look at all that stuff at your leisure. Okay? All right. What time is it now? 2:44. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. Closing. Man, I can't. I got insanely lucky on that WKEY. Was I able to get it out at the absolute high? What was the high here? No, not quite. 2025. I got out at what, 1985. I will be watching after hours though to see whether or not it closes near this high and then starts to move after hours. Okay, so Mr. 72137, that's something that is being worked on. The question was, can I access my sim trade history? You notice we do have a calendar tab. If you don't have, it is a tab. It's available to you in terms of a tab. It's just that the information is not up to date yet. It's still being worked on. Okay, but ultimately you'll be able to click on, like sometimes it'll pop up for me, sometimes it won't. But you'll be able to see your trades, okay? But not just yet, and I don't know when that'll happen. Wow. Guys, somebody asked me what do I think of GameStop? Well, GME. What to say? There had to be something else. Yeah, there had to be something else for that TME. I just don't see. I mean, 10 cent, of course, was all, the controversy about TikTok, TME, etc. But there had to be something else to drive this down. Yeah, it had earnings on the 22nd. Look at the reaction. I mean, ahead of earnings even, and this was it yesterday. Actually, I am wrong, guys. So this was they released after hours yesterday. Let's check out the reaction. So TME released earnings after hours. That's the mauve area right there. No reaction whatsoever. No reaction this morning. It's almost like it's a delayed reaction to earnings. Yeah. So Liz, I can't really. I'm not a financial advisor. Okay. And so selling or holding. The only thing I can say in general is that it sounds like you didn't have a stop in place for DLPN. So all I can say is going forward, when you get into a trade, you have to have a price. You have to have a price that you're getting out. You can't just base it on hoping that it's going to work for you. I know that's not what you probably don't want to hear that, but that's a number one rule: capital preservation in this. So so hopefully the next time you'll never have to say to somebody, "I've lost a lot in anything," because you put a stop in and then you moved on. But I have no idea where it's going from here. Okay. Earnings, you mean? Oh, you're talking about TME? Yeah, so we have here post-market. Okay, March 22nd, post-market. No, I have to admit, it looks, yeah, I'm looking at, well, maybe, I don't know, I'm looking at Trading View also. It looks like it was the 21st. Is that right, the 21st? Oh, I know it's not earnings today. I know that. What I was saying is it looks like it's a delayed reaction. Otherwise, I just don't see any news. Like again, I'm not saying this is the earnings reaction. I'm just saying that yesterday, what we had anyway was earnings released after hours. This morning there was no reaction, and this might be just a delayed reaction. I don't know. But I think I do see what you're saying. You're saying that it wasn't here, it was actually the day before that. Yeah, it looks like that's correct. Yeah. Because this is after hours, and this is after hours. So, yeah, I don't know. At any rate, TME is getting clobbered. Well, guys, I don't know what to say now. This is obviously I'm not going to do any more trade. Oh, wonder what this would have been. Wow. Just looking here, the options. So the options, it did show up as a something to short, but I don't know how late that was. Yeah, 2471 TME, 2430. And if you're wondering, well, why so late? Why not here? That's because the option volume. We do have a minimum, and it's 300%. So obviously it was not 300% here. The option activity really started to pick up here. I'm going to try to concentrate a little bit more on these short opportunities from the options tomorrow. Well, of course, it all depends on what the market's doing. Boy, I saw this one. Wow, very choppy though. I was going to say triple D. Look how choppy it was though. We saw this one early on as a gap down and go, but then it popped up. You know, it was very, very choppy. All right, guys, closing the room at 3 p.m. Time is it now? 2:55. Yeah, you too, Sam. Hopefully it's not hopefully you don't have as an exciting day tomorrow as we had today regarding outages. Remember this high flyer this morning? Cannot even come close to holding the gains. AUVI, remember high flyer this morning? Big deal with the Red Sox. Up to $14. Fading. Well, that's been, so Sarika in the YouTube feed. I mean, that's been a rumor. Well, I don't know, call it a rumor. You know, somebody said China stock's going to be delisted. You know, that's been out there for a while. On again, off again. So I don't know. Maybe it's gaining more traction. MNOV. Oh, that's right. That chlorine gas. That's right. Crazy. Guys, all we can do, you know, especially if you're an I mean, these are not swingable, in my opinion, obviously. But all we can do as intraday traders is try to capitalize on the insanity for a while. Okay? Don't get married to them. Well, WKEY is now coming back a little bit here. So I'll make a decision closer to 4 o'clock. My plan would be this, is if it got close to that $20 level and wasn't so incredibly choppy in the last, say, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. And then it was holding, and then it started inching up after hours. I may get it. And that's, you know, entirely up to you what you do. And I would not be wandering away though after hours either. But again, I'll be in that webinar, so I'll be staring at, if I took this trade, I'd be staring at that chart. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, I do not see any other questions, so we'll do it all again tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow. I appreciate that, John. Open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So hope everybody has a great evening, and we shall see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.